what could be. Oh, bring me a higher love. Bring me a higher love. Oh, bring me a higher love. Bring There must be someone who's feeling for me. Things look so bad everywhere. Oh, what is fair? We walk the line. Gotta see. Cross the line. Bring. Oh,
Welcome, everyone. We are so excited to have you for our very first day of wellness with Accessible Professionals. My name is Tiffany Ross.
And I'm Kia Lanneman.
And we are the co-founders of Accessible Professionals. We are so happy to have you here with us today. Today's event was created for you. With you in mind, we've been listening to you and hearing that you're feeling overwhelmed, sometimes overworked, and a little undervalued. So today we want to make you feel special. We want to bring a little joy into your life.
We know that over the last 2 years, there have been new stresses added to our lives as parents and caregivers. And it's important for us to take time to have a break and step away from those stressors. But sometimes it's hard for us to feel like we deserve to put those things to the side and give ourselves a little bit of self-care. And we're here to tell you that you deserve that. It's an important thing to do, and you shouldn't feel guilty for taking time for yourself. So our objective today is to put our stresses to the side, to engage in some relaxing activities, to talk through the real life challenges that we've had for ourselves and for our maybe children and loved ones over these past 2 years, to get tips from experts on how to cope and to manage those new stressors, to do some movement activities. And we're hoping that by the end of the day, you'll feel refreshed and better equipped to continue on facing these different experiences that we're having.
So we have a jam-packed day for you, and we are excited to join you in it. We're going to run through our itinerary right now, and then we're going to get started.
First up will be breathe in, breathe out, guided yoga and breathing.
And then my favorite, we're going to host a midday margaritas. It's going to be super fun because you know what? Once in a while, we all deserve a little break.
Then we're going to have a panel of caregivers, working moms, talking about the challenges the pandemic has brought, and we'll have an expert parenting coach giving us tips on how to care for ourselves through these challenges.
At 3 o'clock, we're going to host an authentic Jamaican cuisine session hosted by Yvonne and Nicole. And trust me, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be delicious. We're going to make an escovitch fish, a fried bammy, and rice and peas. Trust me, you're going to love it. And you know what? At the end of the day, nobody complained that you didn't cook for that day.
Then we are going to have, I forget, what are we having next?
We're having another panel.
Oh yeah, right.
Panel for the kids. Don't forget about the kids. I know today is about us. We're not going to forget about the kids.
Right. We don't want to forget about the kids. So the next one is going to be a panel, again, with working parents and caregivers. And then we'll have the parenting coach coming back, and then a success coach for children and teens giving guidance on how to help the parents help their young children.
It's so important. So we're not going to forget that. Okay, guys? That's at 4 o'clock. Don't miss it. And then 5 o'clock, we are going to host a a movement to release tension. You know, we carry a lot of tension on our neck and our back and our neck, and we're going to go through a movement exercise that will help release that, so you can move forward in a great way for the rest of the day. A very exciting stuff planned. So prior to all of that, we do want to acknowledge a few things, because Dr. Key and I have built this organization on some really important principles and foundation, and that is to address oppression. You know, it's everywhere, and we need to acknowledge that oppression exists, and there's systemic barriers that stop us from receiving care that we should be entitled to. And so we want to make sure and open that up. So whatever you're looking for, that we're going to reach you. So we're also hoping that you're going to hold us accountable, because we want to address these forms of oppression. So we're going to start today in a little small way, but it could be a big way, because it's all about learning and growing. And we want to acknowledge first the land here in Jamaica. We are hosting our very first day of wellness here in Negril, Jamaica, and we want to acknowledge the land that we're on.
So Tiffany, can I ask you to introduce this concept to people who may not know? So Tiffany's Canadian and I live in the United States. I'm American. And in Canada, it's pretty common to do a land acknowledgement
Yes.
at the opening of events. And in the United States, we don't do this. So what is a
Right.
land acknowledgement?
So in Canada, we have Indigenous people where clearly the land was stolen from them. And I can't even begin to discuss the horrific events that happened to these people. And as a result, to create awareness, we talk about that. If we're going to have a live event or even a small little workshop, it doesn't matter. Awareness and positive change comes from awareness. And we can do that by just starting the conversation. So the land acknowledgement is really just starting the conversation to say, this is where we're at, this is where we were, and this is where we're going, and recognizing these layers of oppression to move forward in a positive way. So if you want to become an ally, which is somebody that an ally is like, you're not a part of the group that is being oppressed, but you're seeing that there's a problem here and you want to become an ally and make change, you can start that through conversation. And actually, I have a few blogs on that. So if you want to check out our website, I've started a few things on how to become an ally and make some positive change. But today we are going to focus on Jamaica and acknowledging the land here as a way to show appreciation.
So I want to talk to you about the Jamaican history a little bit and go through a small summary of the people that have lived on this island. So it's believed that the Arawaks were the original indigenous people and that they came over from South America about 2,500 years ago. They may have also been called Taínos. And it's also believed that the original name that they called for the island was Xaymaca, Xaymaca. After Christopher Columbus came to the island in about the 1494 time period, the Spaniards came, and there was a period of time where they tried to enslave the Arawaks. And unfortunately, the great majority of the Arawaks died off under oppression as well as disease. The next group of people that inhabited this land were going to be settlers. First, there were Spanish settlers, and then there were English settlers. And the Spanish had started having different crops that they grew, like tobacco, sugar, and eventually they wanted to have labor to help grow those crops. So then they brought enslaved Africans over for forced labor, and there was a period of time where there was an attempt to have slavery in this colony under English rule. One of the things that was a challenge was that there were a lot of rebellions from those Africans that have come over that did not want to be slaved. And there were actually these communities that they formed called maroon communities in the mountains where slaves ran away from plantations and formed their own communities and essentially like fought back and resisted enslavement. And that's a source of pride for Jamaican history. There were actually wars that went on between English settlers and the Maroons. There was one war between 1730 and 1739, so like 9 years of fighting. And then finally in 1833, slavery was abolished on the island of Jamaica.
Yeah, it's really important that we recognize these many layers of oppression. And right now we're just talking about appreciating the land and where we are and just appreciating all the beauty that we have, and recognizing what was before us, right?
Fun fact.
Share.
So, some of you may or may not know that Tiffany and I are related.
Yes, we are. This is true.
And we have ancestry that comes through the island of Jamaica. So on my father's side and her mother's side, we share great grandparents.
Yeah.
And also on my mother's side, we have heritage in the Maroon community. And I know my grandmother on my mom's side was very proud to have come from Maroons, people that, in her words, were effectively never slaves. So just we're just honoring the history of Jamaica and the people, from the original people that were here up through the people who are now the majority inhabitants of the land.
Yeah, it's really important to us as the co-founders of Accessible Professionals that we identify these forms of oppression, because we want to create a halt to these systemic barriers, and we need to do that by addressing it. We need to do that by vocally saying this is what it is. And so we're really hoping to support our professionals to work from an anti-oppressive lens. And we're doing that in a few ways because we want to share that with our members. We want to share that with our professionals. And we really pride ourselves on this form of community. We think that, or we really strongly believe that a community creates such a healthy, strong lifestyle. And that comes from, your ancestors, your neighbors, even the environment. Taking care of each other is really important. And that ties into a few of the things that Accessible Professionals is trying to do. So even in the future, you can look out for us. We have a program called the Care Advocate Program, and that really dives into providing personalized care for you, because we think that's really important, not just to clump you into a group and then say, oh, you're the same as everybody else, because there's so much beauty in the diversity that we have, and we want to recognize that and make sure that we're giving you concrete solutions to issues that really matter most to you.
So actually, let's talk about our business. So Accessible Professionals is here to create easy connections between individuals, caretakers, people that have families, and professional support for information, for services. We know that when you love someone or when you're trying to take care of yourself, that sometimes it can be a greater effort than it should be in order to get professional support. So we've created this business in order to make things easier for you to care for yourself and get those answers and solutions and services, or for those people that you love that you're trying to get those services to.
Because the reality is, that's what we're going through, right? This business came out of a need that we've experienced. And so, as two Black women who are working their little behinds off behind the scenes, we need somebody to say, okay, let's give these two a break. Let's make things a little easier for you, So we want to make life a little easier for you and make sure that you're feeling good, your family is thriving, and we just want you to know that we are here for you. So without further ado, without all this chatting, shall we get started?
Yes. First up, breathe in, breathe out with Reshma.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me? I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much for that introduction, Kia and Tiffany. I'm so happy to be part of your team, and I can't wait to provide some, I'm so excited to looking forward to actually everything you guys said to provide some relief, stress relief, being a mother as well of young kids. I know it's very hard to make time for yourself. I just want to make sure everyone could hear me. So I don't know if you can just send me a thumbs up, or just so I know if you guys can hear me.
We hear you.
Okay, great.
We're super
All right.
excited.
Okay, great. Thank
I
you.
hope everybody
So
has their yoga mats.
I hope everyone has their mat, and we are going to start today with some relaxation, and then we're going to do some movement on the mat to relieve some stress in your neck, shoulders, lower back, and we'll work our way through the body. All right. So if you get on your mat first, okay, I'm going to make my way to my mat. And I want you to, we're always going to start in Shavasana. Shavasana is corpse pose, okay? So we're lying flat on our back, all right? Your feet are the width of the mat, and you're going to lie back. I'm always going to give options throughout the class, okay? And we are going to use this time for ourselves, okay? So let's lie down on our back. I want you palms facing up and arms away from the body. And I want you to just start to connect with your breath. Take a deep breath in and exhale. Always breathing in and out through the nose. Remember that the nose is for breathing, mouth is for eating. I want you to take a deep breath in. And this time, I want you to give me a big sigh out of your mouth. 2 more times. Inhale and exhale. One more ha sound. Inhale and exhale. Just rotate your chin over to the right and then over to the left and come back to the center. So we're going to try to get back to our natural way of breathing, which is our diaphragmatic breath. So throughout the class and right now, I want you to engage your diaphragm. When you inhale, the belly rises. And when you exhale, the belly falls. Slow and complete breaths. So let's just take a moment here to just center ourselves, connect our mind, our breath to our physical body. And if you are lying on your yoga mat, I just want you to give yourself permission to forget everything outside of the mat, outside of this room. And just set an intention for this little 20, 30 minutes that we have together. Maybe it's to focus on your breath, just to focus on yourself. Just visualize yourself on the mat. I want you to slowly start to wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, bring some movement to the body. Bring your feet together, bring your arms above your head, and stretch symmetrically as if someone was pulling your arms and feet away from the body. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Maybe you hug your feet into your chest, hug it nice and tight, and just gently rock from side to side, giving your back some relief, keeping your head and chest on the mat. And then when you're ready, you can either roll over to the side and join me in comfortable sitting pose. Okay, or you can roll up, whichever way, and then meet me in Sukhasana, which is comfortable sitting pose. So however you feel comfortable, you can roll your mat up or put a pillow behind you if it's difficult for you to sit up. So we're gonna start as Tiffany and Tia welcomed us and to Jamaica with them. We are going to welcome ourselves. So this time is for ourselves, and we chant the sound of Om to help to bring our focus inward. So you can either chant Om with me or you can hum. All right, so we're going to do it 3 times. So take a deep inhale and exhale. Welcome. We're going to start our class today with our shoulder rolls, just working our way through the body to relax all the tension we have by rolling our shoulders up and then back down in a big circle. I want you to try to engage your breath. You're inhaling on the way up, exhaling on the way down, checking that your mouth is closed, face is relaxed. Inhaling up, and one more time in that direction. And then we're going to move in the opposite direction, inhaling up, and then rolling the shoulders back and down the spine. Inhaling up, exhale down. One more time, inhale up, and exhale down, and then relax the shoulders down. We're going to take our hand out. Another one for your shoulders. Okay, if you're dealing with children all the time, take your fingers to your shoulders, and we're going to make a big circle with our elbows. So inhale up, exhale down. Big circle. So I want you to try to engage your breath with your movement all the time. Okay, inhaling up, exhaling down, and then we're going to move in the opposite direction after this one and move in the opposite direction. So you're going to feel it open up your shoulders, your chest, as we get headaches and things because we hold so much tension in our shoulders and in our neck. Last one, and then relax the hands down. Let's take the neck and tuck it into the chin. Relax the back of the head. If you want, you can take your fingers and just run it up the back of your neck. Release any tension that you have. And then look up. Keep your shoulders down and relaxed. Come back to the center and look as far right as you can, keeping the shoulders square. Inhale, come back to the center and then over to the left, as far left as you can. Again, making sure that the shoulders are down. And then come back to the center. You're going to drop your right ear over to your right shoulder. Check in and make sure that your mouth is closed, face is relaxed, okay? Inhale, come back to the center. Exhale over to the other side. And inhale, come back to the center. So we're going to do some eye exercises. We spend so much time on our phone, on the computer, our eyes don't get a chance to relax. So I want you to close your eyes and I'm going to walk you through it. So just close your eyes for a moment here. And when you open your eyes, you're going to look as high as you can all the way up, and then you're going to look to the floor, to the bottom. Okay, so look up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and close your eyes. The next time we open up our eyes, we're going to look as far right as we can and then far left. Open up, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left. One more time, and close. The next time we open up our eyes, we're going to make a big circle clockwise 5 times. So make a big circle. The head and shoulders are in the same place, just your eyes are moving. And then when you're done, close your eyes. Let's open up our eyes this time, and we're going to move in the opposite direction. So you're going to look top left, right, down, and make a big circle 5 times. And then when you're done, close your eyes. I want you to take your hands together and rub your palms together. Rub it, create some heat and friction between your palms, and then just place them on your eyes. Just give your eyes a little massage and your face. And then relax your hands down. So we're going to bring some movement to the body now, okay? I'm always going to give you options. If something doesn't feel right for you, you know your body best. Either just wait till we finish the pose and we'll move on to something else, okay? So let's move on to our knees. And then we're We're onto our knees. Our hands are out. This is called puppy pose. This is good also if you need to quiet your mind, just to bring your breathing down a little bit. This is a very good pose. So hips are up, your buttocks is up, stretch into your fingers, into your shoulder blades, and breathe here. Check in and make sure that the mouth is closed. Engage your belly breathing. And slowly, slowly come up onto all fours. Onto all fours, make sure that your hands are directly underneath your shoulders. Knees are underneath your hips. And we're going to do some cat and cow stretches. So you're going to tuck your chin in, curve your spine like a cat while you're exhaling all of the air out. Inhale, push your head and chest up and hips out into cow. So moving with your own breath, inhaling when you come into cow and exhaling all the air out and curving your spine like a cat. We'll do one more. And then come back to a neutral spine. I want you to come back. We're going to move into a squat, Hindi squat, Malanasana. So you're going to come into a squat position. From your squat position, this is very good for trying to work on the lower pelvis and keeping all of the muscles that keep our bowels and our bathroom in, okay, to strengthen them. Okay, so we're trying to keep our foot as flat as we can, create some space in between our knees, and place your hands into prayer. And we can take our wrists into make some circles. And then in the opposite direction. And then come back to the center. From here, we are going to move into a lizard pose. So you're going to walk your hands out as much as you can to the top of your mat, and then step your right leg in line with your feet. You can either stay up here, you can drop the back of the knee and curl it out and stay here for a stretch. So whatever option feels better for you. You can also, so this is 1, 2, and 3. So whatever feels right for you. Remember, every day you're not going to feel the same, and that's okay. And we're going to breathe here. For 3, 2, and 1. Drop the back knee, and you're going to walk your feet to the center of your body in half standing splits, and just curl your toe forward as much as your body will allow. Maybe you need a slight micro bend in the knee, and breathe. For 3, 2, and 1. You're going to step that foot back. Whatever we do to one side, we do to the other to feel balance. Step the left foot out and to come into your lizard pose. Maybe again, you come up on that leg or you drop the back leg, whatever feels right for you. For 3, 2, and 1. Drop the back foot, walk the foot in the center of the body. Stretch the leg as much as you can. Try to keep it straight and try to bring almost your chest onto your thighs. It's a deep stretch for the entire leg. And breathe. 3, 2, and 1. You're going to step that foot back and we're going to move into a forearm plank. As always, there's always different options. You can stay on the knees. You can come up into your forearm plank and we're going to hold it here. Let's see how long we hold it, keeping the legs, the hips square for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Drop the body down and we're going to come into Sphinx pose. So this is very good for your lower back, okay, to relieve any tension. You're going to bring your forearms 90 degrees in front of your body. Hands are straight. If your back hurts, open the legs a little bit wider to relieve any tension in your back. And just breathe here. Make sure that the mouth is closed, face is relaxed. And just observe any sensations that you feel in the body, maybe in your lower back. For 3 more seconds. And then we're going to move into seal. Seal, you're going to press your palms down and come up, straight arms. Breathe. If anybody wants to turn on their camera and join me, you are most welcome. 3, 2, and 1. Come back down. Let's come up. And I want you to find your way to sit in a comfortable sitting pose. And we're going to do seated twist. So you're going to take your left hand, place it onto your knee, and just a slight twist looking backwards. Again, make sure the mouth is closed. You're looking at the opposite shoulder. And with every inhalation and exhalation, you're twisting. So you inhale, exhale, twist. Inhale, exhale, twist. One last time, inhale and exhale, twist a little bit deeper. And wherever you are, just breathe here. And slowly come back to the center. We move over to the other side. Right hand is on the left knee. And you're going to twist. Again, always working with our breath. Okay, so we're going to inhale and we exhale into flexibility or exhale into a pose. Okay, exhale deeper into your stretch. Inhale one more time and exhale, twisting a little bit deeper. And wherever you are, close your eyes, close your mouth. And then come back to the center. I hope this stretches were good for everybody to start just bringing some blood circulation to the body and feeling a little bit more relaxed throughout the body. We're going to do a breathing exercise now. With breathing, we have to get back to breathing naturally, which is your diaphragmatic breath. So engaging your belly. When you inhale, your belly expands. When you exhale, the belly draws in. Okay, so that is important throughout not only yoga class, but throughout your day all the time to get back to breathing this way and not breathing shallow. Okay, we don't breathe with our, our shoulders, but I'm going to demonstrate that. So the breathing exercise we're going to do is called Kapalabhati. It translates in Sanskrit to skull shining, which means shining skull. So they say this is very beneficial for your skin, detoxifying. And they say if you want lush hair, it also helps with blood circulation and just removing toxins from your body. The exercise is deliberate exhalations and inhalations are passive. All right. So I'm just going to demonstrate first. I'm going to place my hand onto my belly. And when I exhale, I'm exhaling, my belly draws in. My inhalations again are passive. So I am focused on my exhaling all the air out. And when I need breath, my breath, I'm going to breathe. Okay. So I'll just demonstrate first. I'm going to do 10, show you 10. Okay. Okay, so this is, if you might need a Kleenex because it really does detoxify, helps to detoxify your body. So if you, I can't see anyone, I can't see any, make sure you're doing your belly breathing, but I'm going to trust that you are. So what I suggest, if it's your first time doing this exercise, you want to place your hand onto your belly to make sure that you have the right motion, that when you exhale, the belly draws in. Nothing else is moving, just the belly. Okay, so we're going to do 3 rounds of 20. Okay, and I'm going to walk you through it. So you're going to just close your eyes and I want you to inhale all the way up to the crown of your head. Exhale with control all the way down to the tips of your toes. Inhale halfway and begin. Exhale, 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 exhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale, the belly comes all the way in. Sorry, exhale, the belly comes all the way in. Inhale, the belly rises. Inhale all the way up to the top of your head. And exhale everything that you don't need with control. Inhale halfway and just close your eyes here, concentrating on the center of your forehead, right between the eyebrows. And we're going to try to retain our breath here for 10 seconds. Exhale slowly with control. Second round, inhale all the way up to the top of the head and exhale everything out. Inhale halfway and begin. Exhale, 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 exhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Exhale all of the air out. Belly draws all the way in. Inhale energy all the way up to the top of your head. Exhale with control all the way down to the tips of your toes. Inhale halfway and retain the breath again, concentrating on the center of your forehead. Maybe think of a person or thing that makes you feel happy. And exhale slowly with control. Inhale all the way up, energy, and exhale everything that you don't need. Last round. Inhale, halfway, and begin. Exhale, 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 exhale. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Exhale all of the air out. Last retention of the breath. Inhale all the way up to the top of your head. And exhale everything that you don't need. Inhale halfway, and we're going to concentrate. At any point, if it feels uncomfortable to retain your breath, please let go. Exhale slowly with control. Let's just take a moment here and just make any observations that you feel from the breathing exercise. This is an energizing breath. It's breath done in the morning. It helps to bring more oxygen and decrease the CO2. So it just really helps with blood circulation. So it is best to do in the morning. Keeping your eyes closed here, I want you to roll onto your back again in Shavasana, just for our final relaxation before we move on. And let's just take a moment to make any observations that we feel from our time together and just engage our breath once again, our belly breathing. So I want you to take your hand and place it onto your belly. I want you to inhale, feel your belly rise. And when you exhale, feel your belly fall. Slow and controlled. I want you to take your hands and I want you to hug yourself. Just hug yourself around the ribs, maybe like this, whatever feels comfortable. And I want you to inhale into your belly, feel your belly rise, and then inhale and feel your ribs expand. Exhale, the ribs fall, and then the belly draws in. Inhale, the belly rises, and then breathe all the way. Feel your ribs expand. Exhale, ribs, and then belly. One more time. Inhale, belly, and then ribs. I want you to take one hand and place it onto your chest and the other onto your belly. Inhale, feel your belly rise, your ribs expand, and then all the way up to your collarbones. Exhale, feel the chest fall, ribs, and then belly. I want you to practice this breathing. This is 3-part yogic breath. This is a complete breath engaging diaphragmatic, your intercostal muscles, and your clavicular muscles, your accessory muscles. Okay, so this is how we want to get back to doing our breathing. Let's relax your hands alongside the body. Close your eyes and exhale all of the air out. And let's inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way up. Exhale for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhale for 1, 2, 3. Exhale for 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Continue normal breathing. Visualize yourself on the mat once again. I want you to slowly bring some movement to your fingers and to your toes. Bring your feet together. Bring your arms above your head and stretch symmetrically as if someone was pulling you. Stretch, 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 feeling more taller, more balanced. And then maybe hug your chin into your chest. You can either roll onto the right side or you can roll up. And then join me with closing our class here with 3 ohms, the way that we started it. Okay, so sitting nice and tall. And let's try to do this with a smile on our face. So inhale. Ah. 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 Let's take our hands into prayer in the center of our heart and just take a moment to give thanks for one thing we want to give thanks for today, as we have so many to choose from. I thank you for your energy today, and I hope this brought some joy and peace to everyone. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Tia and Tiffany.
Thank you so much. That was amazing. We really appreciate you.
It's been great doing the breathing and centering our mind and our bodies.
Honestly, you know what? I really needed that, especially as we're organizing this event and my nerves are so jittery. I just want to make sure everything goes well for everybody. So Reshma, you really put me in line to be relaxed and just enjoy the moment as we're experiencing everything. So I just want to say a big thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Have a good
I
rest
hope
of
I-
your day.
Yes, thank you. You too.
Also, if you liked Reshma's session, you can connect with her for one-on-one guidance. Go through our website, www.apcares.ca.
And then just give us a few moments and we're going to get ready for our margarita. So everybody get your ingredients ready and we'll join you in just a few moments.
Midday Mama-ritas! Everybody deserves a break, and once in a while, it's okay to treat yourself. We are going to enjoy a delicious Mama-rita today. You can make them virgin, it's all good. We have some fresh orange juice, just a splash. And normally you use real limes, but this is what we have here. And then a little splash. And my beautiful cousin here is going to rim our glasses. I don't know about you, I love sugar, she loves salt, but we decided to do salt today. We're going to share. Yes. Aren't you coming? You said you were coming. Not coming anymore? Here, do it again, I think I fucked up my coffee. I wonder if there's any or if that least you want to take the video on it. Look at all this. Chill.
We definitely have to do a toast. Mama-ritas! Hey friends, Netherlands, we got rained out, so we brought our margaritas indoors.
Happy midday margarita. I hope you had an opportunity to make a margarita, maybe a daiquiri, maybe a pina colada, maybe a fresh squeezed orange juice, because who doesn't love fresh squeezed orange juice? We just want to take a moment to really share with you a little bit about our why, so you can get to know us a little bit better and feel comfortable when you're working with us, and actually feel a little bit more safer when you know a little bit more about us. So who wants to start?
I think you should start first.
Alrighty, so my name's Tiffany, and the reason we started Accessible Professionals actually roots back to when I was a younger child. Probably around 12, 13 years old. I was really ill, actually maybe a little younger, maybe a little more preteen. I was very ill for quite a long time, and I felt at that stage in my life that I was ill and stayed ill longer because my healthcare team was not in a position to be able to support me effectively. And that's not to blame the people that were supporting me, but the system was not designed to support me as an individual. And so that's a really key component for why we started Accessible Professionals and why I reached out to Dr. Kia to join me in this venture. Because at that time in my life, I realized that there needed to be a better connect. There needed to be a better connect between professionals. There needed to be a better connect between professionals and the people that they're supporting. And not to date myself, because there was no internet back then, so I really didn't understand or have the mental capacity that this business we were creating was going to be virtual, but here we are. And we love that because now we're reaching so many more people, and it makes us extremely overjoyed to be able to do that. So this was our stepping stone, at least in my brain at this young age, that I knew I was going to make some type of change to support people that were experiencing something similar to me by way of connecting people. And if we were to fast forward years later, when I had my first child, I was one of those crazy moms, I have to admit it. I am on Google searching everything. How do I do this? How do I do that? And then I'm spending more time now searching who wrote this information, because now I'm going to do this to my child not knowing where this information is coming from. And that was really important to me, to have reliable information. So you're going to hear from professionals today that are coming from a professional background. They're coming from what's the word again when you learn things, evidence-based, information. It's not like, oh, this is just how I feel today, and it's really important to us that you're getting reliable information. So you're not like me, Googling everything, wasting a whole bunch of time and, wasting time with your family and your friends and for yourself because you're so immersed to try and finding solutions. We want you to come to us. We want you to say, make a connection with us. We'll set up an appointment and we can get to know you and figure out how we can serve you best, put you in touch with the right professionals and connect you so solutions can be right at your fingertips and you can feel really good about the information you're getting. So that's kind of how things started a little bit, is, out of a need I experienced. And then what I did when I was one of those crazy moms going like this, I was really worried about one of my pregnancies, and I had reached out to a cousin to say, help me, I don't know what to do. My doctor's saying this and my other doctor's saying this, and I just feel very confused, and I just need to speak to somebody. And she says, why don't you reach out to your cousin Kia? We have a mutual cousin. I said, I don't really know her too well. Dr. Kia and I really haven't met. This is the first time we're meeting. Ever. And we're in our 30s. Anyway, so it was really nice that our mutual cousin had suggested, reach out to Kia. She's really sweet and loving. Just say you're having this problem, and she's a high-risk obstetrician. She knows it all, and she'll help you. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I'm going to. And so I did, and I Facebooked her. I'm like, hey, this is your cousin in Canada, and I'm having this problem. I need some help. And she was the sweetest thing, just like our mutual cousin had said. And she helped me in that situation. And then it was a year later.
I think so. I think about a year.
Maybe a year later, I approached her. I'm like, listen, there are people like me that need support, and they need you because you're amazing. And so you need to work with me, and let's make some magic happen. And it's been a few years now, and we are grinding behind the scenes to make sure things are in place appropriately for you, because we think you deserve the best. We think that you deserve to sit back a little bit and have, a little bit more ease when you're looking for solutions, because we want your family to thrive. We want your community to thrive. We are very strong believers that together we're stronger. Even when we work together, we're stronger. So that's kind of my little mini why is I want to help everybody. The social worker in me just wants to help everybody. And I know that if I was experiencing something, that you're probably also experiencing that too. And so I want to solve those problems for you.
I think for me, when Tiffany approached me about her vision, I realized, having been a clinician for some time, that the typical doctor-patient visits, they just don't have enough many minutes allotted to really allow for good transfer of information. And it was important to me to be able to pass information on to the individuals that I was caring for, to help them understand better the situations that they were going through, to have them be more informed. And the office visits weren't cutting it. It just wasn't built into...
I think most of you listening can probably agree.
Yeah, and I just don't feel like the model has the capacity to really get significantly better for the individuals in terms of giving them the time they need to ask questions and to really learn. And so I thought that what we were trying to do with Tiffany's vision was really about informing those people that are seeking information, as well as connecting them with professionals for potential one-on-one consultations, or learning from that key professional that they already have an interest in learning from through a webinar. And so I thought the ability to potentially inform more people and to get more information out there and to elevate the knowledge of those people seeking information had a greater capacity through this business than what I could achieve in the clinic. So that was one of the selling points for me, is to be able to kind of get more information out to the community as an obstetrician. So I signed up with my cousin,
who she never met.
We never met. We're second cousins, and we started working on this venture. Essentially, we're connecting you. We are going to be bringing professionals into our community that we think have a friendly approach and are quite
Carefully
knowledgeable.
vetted too.
Yeah.
We've carefully vetted everybody that we're working with, and we will continue to do that. And as we touched upon earlier, we are hosting things to support our professionals. So we have a seminar coming out specifically for our professionals that will teach and guide them through working through an anti-oppressive lens, because these things matter. They make a difference. And we talk about it all the time. Dr. Key is a high-risk obstetrician, and I'm a social worker by trade. The burnout rates for these helping professionals is so high. And so we really value our professionals, and we want them to feel valued. And so we're trying to put a few things in place to support them so they can support you even better.
Exactly. And we're also going to have a diverse array of different health professionals. That's our first phase that we're starting with in this community of support that we're building. And a lot of times when you go to different sites, they may limit the health professionals to a particular umbrella. Maybe it's women's health, or maybe it's children, or maybe it's skin disorders. But we are going to have the full gamut of health
everybody. I know I've been told a million times you can't help everybody, but mark my words, today I am going to. You know what the reality is, Kia, and the way I see life is, if I can create a positive impact on you and you feel good, you're going to do the same for people around you. And that's my vision of helping everybody, is we're going to touch the lives of people like you. And when you feel good and you can leave feeling good and a solution's been checked off your list, you're going to then feel good, and you're going to put that on your children. You're going to put that on your spouse. You're going to put that on your friends. And that lovely ripple is just going to continue to happen.
And I'm also excited that we are also doing East Meets West, and a host of professionals that deal with the health sector in between. So it's not just going to be your typical MDs. We're also going to have naturopathic providers. We have already talked with people like doulas, nurse midwives. And so we really just want to have the full scope of health professionals that have different services that could be of support to you.
Yeah, so if there's something that's going on in your mind or in your body or in your heart or in your soul, and you're looking for support but don't know where to look, or you don't know what professional is the right one for you, just reach out to us. And we'll do the vetting for you. We'll do the hard work for you and put you in touch with the right person, because we're all about connecting. And the fact that we have been able to connect and we feel so good about that connection, we want to share that with everybody.
So also we wanted to take a little bit of time to say thank you and to honor some key individuals that have allowed us to build on this vision and to put time into this venture. And so each of us do have a significant other.
Yes. We ignore sometimes, you know, in this building process, it takes a lot to build a business.
Sips margarita.
And to share. But I think Dr. Key and I are very lucky people. I had the pleasure of meeting her partner, Carlton, on this trip, and he's absolutely amazing.
And I think Chiron is pretty cool himself.
Thank you. You know, and our partners are 100% supporting us.
Yeah.
It's like whatever you need, and we just want to say thank you to
Thank you.
the both of you very much for all that you do and our beautiful children.
So these are our whys. We hope that you've gotten to know us a little bit better through this midday Mamarita, to understand the vision that we have for what we're trying to create, a little bit of why we're trying to create that, how we want you to be involved in helping us learn how to help you better, and that it's really a community that we're trying to build, to be thankful for the people that we have in our life, and to pay forward gratitude and help for others.
Cheers. And now we're gonna have our first panelist, which we're excited to share because we're actually on the panel.
Yes, we are.
So that'll be exciting. So you can join us in just a few moments for that.
Woo!
Hello, hello.
Hi.
Can everybody hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Thank you so much for joining us, Michelle and Kara. All right, so we are here for a panel to talk about the challenges that parents, caregivers, working individuals that have loved ones have had as those caregivers during the pandemic. We know that there have been some unique new challenges that have come with social distancing, with virtual meetings, virtual appointments, mask and not masking, the whole concept of this kind of invisible, infectious, foreign thing that could hurt us. And so as parents, caregivers, people who are kind of those intermediaries for our loved ones, it has been a burden on us. And so I am here, Dr. Kia Lanneman, more so in this session as a working mother, a professional who goes to work every day and has been experiencing those challenges as a working mother. I have a colleague of mine, Kara Shagaman, who also is a working mother. She's a women's health nurse practitioner and has some 3 beautiful children that she's been caring for. We're going to be speaking from our perspectives as working parents, as well as any unique insights we have into how to deal with these stressors that we've been experiencing. And then we have a parenting coach and a success child coach for children and teens.
Child life specialist.
Child life specialist.
We have a success coach later in the second panel.
And we're going to be getting tips from Michelle as working parents, as caregivers, on how to manage these stressors, these new unique challenges, how to not fall apart under this bubble that we've been living in of social distancing and keeping up to date with all of the COVID-19 pandemic changes. So I'd like to start off a little bit, and definitely I'll ask Kara to kind of insert some of her experiences, and then Michelle, as you feel that impetus, when there are tips that you can give us based on things that we're sharing about, then we'd love for you to give your insight and your wisdom on how we can deal, because Kara and I are going to be essentially representatives of other caregivers and bringing some of their concerns to light.
And don't worry, I'm here too. I'm going to share my valuable insight. Hopefully it works for everybody. I'm a social worker by trade, as I mentioned. I consider myself a family advocate and a mental health counselor. So I'll be, supporting the conversation as, we're all trying to survive, because I'm also one of those working moms that have all this professional experience and I'm still struggling. So the struggle is real. It doesn't matter where you are in your life. It's okay to struggle. And I think it's really important that we say that right off the bat, that however you're feeling, that's okay. And sometimes we just need to get to the point to give ourselves a little grace and say, it's okay that I'm going crazy. Like, I'll give you some stories where I even locked myself in a bathroom for 2 minutes, because it's just something you do once in a while. And I've been working in the field for, I think, like 15 plus years. So it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, so I have a young child who is about 1.5 years now, and throughout the whole experience from 2020, I had to go to work essentially every day, and there were some outlets that I had because I was still going to work and things were social. Definitely, there was that inside concern about whether or not, especially as a health professional, going either into the office with patients, going into the hospital with different individuals that might have COVID or other workers, and knowing that I was kind of in and out of a setting where people sometimes aren't well. When I would come home, I would have different concerns about, am I bringing the virus on my clothing? As I am still nursing my child, do I have to take everything off as soon as I get into the house?
I did. I was one of those crazy people. My husband came home because I was at home with my children at the time. And I'd say, take off all your clothes, take off everything. Don't touch the banister, especially in the prime heat of everything going on. I mean, I've simmered down a little bit, but the anxiety is still there. The stress and the worry is still there. And that's something I think a lot of my friends who are parents are experiencing the same thing, which is why we want to talk about it today.
Yeah. And then it's also, as people have been taking time, then some of it was a little bit of guilt for me at different stages, where as a person who didn't have that capacity to do virtual work or to work from home, sometimes I felt like I was missing some of those slowdowns that some of my colleagues or maybe some other moms and parents were able to have, where they may have had some more time during the day to spend with their family, to kind of reprioritize their life and how they spent their time. So even that was a little bit of a challenge, is still going in to work every day, in and out, during the weekdays, coming home really exhausted, and not feeling, for me as a person that still had to go, that I was having some of the experiences that I think some people enjoyed having during that time, although I'm sure it was challenging for those people that were still trying to do that.
Yeah, and I've actually heard it from the other angle. The majority of what I hear is people that are at home that maybe had to quit their job to stay home because it was really difficult to be able to do the schooling, all those things. And you've got young children, that's a different dynamic. You've got school-age children, that's a different dynamic. Then you have children that have ADHD, learning disabilities, medical concerns, whatever it is. And now all the pressure is on you. We are social beings and we're not meant to be around our children all the time. And
Thank you
we
for
are
saying
meant,
that.
right?
Thank
And
you
we
for
are
giving me this
then
permission.
expected to be a parent. Some people were working from home still, so they had to pivot that way. Time management wasn't there. The house was a mess because we're living in the house constantly. And then our children don't have those outlets to get out. And you've got children that struggle. The screen is not fun. We shouldn't be on the screen so much. The children are supposed to be out playing, going to school. And it really gave a lot of insight to some parents as well as, wow, my child really is struggling. So I wonder too, from the people that are in the room, what was your concern? Was your concern more like, I have to get out of this? I wish I could have gotten out of the house and dropped the kids off somewhere. Other people may have felt like I felt guilty because I had to leave and I had to leave my partner at home, or I wasn't really, like, there was a lot of anxiety because life is starting to unravel back again. And what we're seeing is those children and those parents that were struggling before the pandemic, we saw that uprise. And a lot of people are just over it and done. And others are like, what? Like, no, I'm just dipping my toe in because the anxiety and the stressors and all those things have been overwhelming. So I'm just curious if anybody wants to even put it in the chat. Can you relate? Can you not relate? Were you in the house, out of the house? Are you excited to get out of the house and the kids at school, or are you dealing with younger children? I'm just curious to see what's out there. Go ahead, Kara.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too.
I can relate a little bit with Kia in the sense she brought up a important thing that I really resonated with me, which was my husband and I both work in healthcare. So we both had to go into work when this transition started. And so I did find myself at times jealous of friends and family who were home, and also kind of some anger and, we're putting ourselves at risk, both of us going out into this. How do you really manage that fear, anxiety, and some of it, which was a little bit of anger and frustration. What we also encountered in the pandemic was we had to utilize grandparents. So we had 2 school-age children at the time, kindergarten and 3rd grade in 2020, and then a toddler. And so we had to bring grandparents into the home, and they had rotating schedules to help us with remote learning. And there was also a lot of guilt that I experienced in bringing our parents into the home with us both working in healthcare and feeling just this intense sense of obligation to protect them from getting the virus. And in turn, that led to a big decision that my husband and I made, which was he took a different job working weekend option, which is a wonderful thing in healthcare where you can only work the weekends. And a lot of parents choose this so that they don't have to do childcare expenses, but ours was really so that we didn't have to continue to expose our parents potentially. But as I've shared with Kia in the last year, that has become really challenging at times because we have opposite schedules. We now have a 5th grader, a 2nd grader, and a 4-year-old. So the weekends for me are extremely busy and doing birthday parties and games. And we just don't have much time as a couple anymore because we've really shifted the whole perspective to being about their schedule and their needs because of so much of the uncertainty of the pandemic. So it has created a lot of change in our family dynamic and parenting and priorities, really.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing some of what's been going on in your own personal life. I think even in a family where there is some extended support, where you and your husband are there and you have grandparents nearby, it's helpful, I think, for those watching to realize that even that was a challenge and that we all had challenges in this experience, whether or not we were single parents or whether or not we had a spouse or another individual or family that was helping with that. We weren't free from some impact of this on our lives. And everybody has their own unique example of how that's been hard. You know, and I think especially like as a spouse, you don't want your relationship to only be about your children. And so there's that extra added stress of you having to not really see your husband, the sacrifice of him working different hours and you working different hours so that you could put your kids essentially before yourselves. But I definitely, you know, I'm tearing up a little bit on the side because I think it's been hard for health providers too. Everybody has had challenges in these past couple of years. And I think the reality is that even though our work is very social, it's also been quite hard. And there's been a lot of, I think, fear as well in the medical community, not wanting to be that middle person that the virus passed between either our family or the people that we were caring for in a clinical way. The uncertainty of all the changes in what we were supposed to be doing and what we should be doing to keep ourselves safe, to keep our loved ones and our patients safe. And there's been a lot of movement in the health community. A lot of the challenges came home in a hard way, and sometimes different places where people worked didn't insert value on the people that were making all of these sacrifices, where health professionals were working more to do their community service to the people that they vowed to take care of, and we're just getting burnt out from the work and the day-to-day, and then going home to either an empty home if they had to go to a hotel, or the stresses and the concerns with a full house of the people that needed you there, or things that were falling through the cracks because so much is not as convenient or not as accessible as it was with different things that are shut down. So thank you so much for sharing, Kara, about some of what you've been going through. In my family, at the beginning of the pandemic, we had an 83-year-old living in our house. So I definitely understand that concern about not wanting a vulnerable person to pick up the virus from coming in and out of the hospital setting. And the challenges that we experienced with that at the time, my spouse decided to really look after my grandmother, who was in her mid-80s, and that was hard. That wasn't something that I had told him would be part of a bargaining of our relationship when we got married. We didn't expect that to be part of our dynamic, and it was challenging for my grandmother to lose the community that she had at a critical age in her life, where there's even more distance between longtime friends and people that knew her, and where the technology that helps us feel connected was becoming more difficult for her to keep up with. And she had a great routine. She also had mental illness, and those routines were really important for her. And those routines included going to a senior center Monday through Friday for a few hours of social gathering with her peers, engaging activities that she enjoyed, and just feeling like she had a community, and getting out of the house and being active. And when the social distancing started and the senior centers, rightly so, they closed because of that population being more vulnerable, it was like Groundhog's Day of just nowhere to go and nothing to do. And how many times can you watch the same TV shows and the same movies and go for a walk by yourself, and feeling more and more isolated? And that was challenging for my grandmother. It was also challenging for my husband, who was caring for her, and then challenging for me to come home to both of them, and by the end of the day getting annoyed with each other of being cooped up together, and separated by a generation of experiences in life and personality. So even I think some of the older generation had a hard time of being isolated from their peers with the social distancing, and the technology is easier for some of the young people to video chat and call their friends. But some of the older persons that are not as tech savvy, that's been really hard for them. They've lost touch with some of their community that they saw regularly, the church members or the social gatherings.
I just need to say, I appreciate you so much. Don't we love her? See, I feel so grateful to have Dr. Kia as my partner because she is so loving, so kind, and she's just always giving of herself. And I just need you to know that I appreciate you.
You're safe because I'm still teary.
I think it touches on a really good point too of the giving and giving. And I think that's where that is what burnout is, where we are constantly giving and then we get really tired of giving. And depending on what your profession is, very different if you are working with people, if you're giving service. I mean, whether you're, working as a waitress or you're working as a health professional or you're working in the stores, I mean, the grocery stores and things like that, everybody has a different role. And the thing is that change happened and there was a lot of unpredictability, and that's where our emotion comes in. And some people have a higher threshold for change and for emotional distress. And some of these things really put us into a lot of emotional distress. Was it just the pandemic? No. Is it who you are personality-wise? Yes. Is it whether you had a partner or not, or whether you're solo parenting? Do you feel as though you have a community around you? Did you feel stuck, not quite sure what to do? And that's where that burnout comes up, because everybody has a different reason for why things have been difficult. And some people will be more stuck. And I think what happens is that we realize, and I mean, I'm older than you guys, but we don't talk about emotion. And especially, women leave your tears for your pillow, and men were brought up to, you be tough, stop crying, and emotion comes up for us. And it's what do we do with it? And a lot of us just push through and we're on this cycle. So we don't learn to step off of the Ferris wheel. Our children are watching us. Children learn what they live. And when they see us distressed, they think the ship is sinking, right?
Yeah.
What's going on? My parents are upset. What is happening? Like something bad must be happening. So all these things are happening for our children alongside of us. And who are our supports? What is that support? What does it look like? And it's very vulnerable to ask for support because we think we should be doing this. We should be able to handle this. I'm fine. I don't have a mental illness, so I don't need to go and see a therapist. And there's such a stigma on mental illness. And there has been studies recently done on the uprise of mental illness, especially in the 20 to 35 age range. But that's the highest percentage because I think that age range is very aware of emotion. They're aware, you know what, this is where I was already not doing great. Now it was like plummeting. You ask people in their 60s and their 50s, they're like, no, we're fine. Suck it up, move on. It's not a big deal. So that being able to kind of look at that and understand what to do with your emotion, that's where burnout comes out, because we don't know what to do with our emotion. And some of us are better at it than others. And then who do I talk to? What is a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a social worker, a life coach? How much does everything cost? What do I really need? And that's where I think this platform is amazing, because you have vetted people that will say, hey, you can connect with us, and we have these amazing professionals that we feel we trust. We are not looking for opinion-based professionals. We're looking for people that have been in the field, that understand evidence-based or evidence-informed strategies, which might sound kind of overwhelming to the average person, but we want to make sure that you are getting the best care. And that's why we're here today, to introduce all of this and say, what was your struggle? What is it that you need? And if you're not quite sure, these two women will be able to say, look, these are all the things that we can do. And it may not just be one professional, it can be a bunch. But I think that awareness and asking for help and being vulnerable is a really, really important step. So it's amazing that people are here and listening in on this.
I appreciate that, Michelle. I think you really defined our organization quite well. You know, the most important thing that we really want to give to people is ease of mind, right? A lot of times we're going through something, we're experiencing something, and we don't know how to name it. We don't know how to get help for it. We don't know where to get help for it. And you're right. You know, Accessible Professionals was built on the idea that that's okay if you don't know. That's okay that you have this feeling and you don't know how to describe it, and it's making you react in certain ways. Come to us. We'll just have a quick free chat and point you in the right direction for the professional that is going to help you. And you know, the discussion has brought up a lot of really good tips, I think, if people have been able to take them out. And one is the sense of community. Now, I was raised by a single mom, and to be honest, I don't know how she did it. There was two of us. We were maddening little children, and she was a gem. I mean, she was our Girl Guides teacher, and she did everything for us.
My mom had 4. As a single parent,
Right?
a teacher's salary.
Yeah. So, I mean, I have to share appreciation for my family, but also recognize that there's a community that helped bring us up also, right? And sometimes when we think we're alone, I want you to remember that there is somebody always there that has your corner. And if you can't find anybody, you can find us, because that's why we started this business. We want you to know that somebody is in your corner and we're going to support you. Because I think we've said this before a few times today, is we're stronger together. We're stronger as a community. And how do we ask for help is really important, because sometimes that's not easy, you know? And so.
And some of it is learned through culture. We get culture from so many different sources. We get culture from our family, from what we see in the home, from our social gatherings, whether we go to a religious assembly or not. We get culture from the street, you know, with the neighborhoods that we live in. We get culture through languages that we speak, and how things are expressed differently based on language. And in some communities, you are taught that mental illness is not as real as high blood pressure or depression or diabetes. And there's this concept that because it affects your mind or it might affect your mood, that it's something mystic. Versus, well, high blood pressure, that's okay. You can take medication for that, and you can go to see a clinician to help manage that. And you can call it by its name. But I had a conversation with someone who was struggling to embrace that mental illness was as real as some other medical conditions that they accepted. And one of the concepts that was hard was that there might be different periods of time when something like that is going to come out. It may not be there from birth. And that was hard for them to kind of wrap their head around, whether or not that was a real thing, or whether or not, you know, it was a consequence of something else. And so that goes back to that word stigma that you used. So many people need permission to at least acknowledge that they're not doing well, that they're off. Whether they want to call it anxiety, depression, whether they don't want to call it that, but at least just to acknowledge, I'm not doing well. I'm not interacting well with my peers. I'm not interacting well with my family. I feel unbalanced. I feel uneasy. And that anybody can get therapy, whether you have an ongoing issue that you're working with, maybe for the majority of your life, or whether you have a phase of life that you're going through that you need help with. Whether you're going through changes. I remember my grandmother, she took medication for depression, but if you asked her if she had depression, she'd say no. and then you said, well, Grandma, what are you taking Prozac for? Well, I have a mood imbalance. And so she could accept that. She could accept that she had a mood imbalance. She couldn't accept the term depression. And I didn't care.
Language is so key.
Right?
Sometimes people underestimate, you know, the power of your word.
Exactly.
And you know, language carries such power.
Yes.
And sometimes, you know, if you want to call it something else, then let's do that if it works for you, right?
Whatever's going to help you get help is really going to be the essential part. So one of the first steps is to acknowledge when we need it. And I think that that's the major barrier for a lot of people, is to recognize that they need help, and to be able to just admit that it's okay to need help. Whether it's just temporarily or whether it might be long term. I know, Carrie, you had some, you know, you were kind of recognizing some things going on for yourself and for your family? I don't know if you feel comfortable sharing about just recognizing when we need help.
Yeah, sure. So my 10-year-old daughter, this past December started having some insomnia, and she periodically had insomnia in the past, but in December it was every single night. And that was the first thing that really surfaced, was the fact that bedtime came around and she just couldn't sleep. She couldn't really define why she couldn't sleep, but just that she was unable to fall asleep. And this progressed for another 6 weeks of every night her not being able to go to sleep. And I think, fortunately for me, I was able to recognize that when she was battling the ability to fall asleep, she also seemed panicked. She was unable to put, sentences together. I could tell that she was distracted and frightened. And so that provoked me to just ask more questions. And I figured out that she was having worry about the pandemic. And it was the time when Omicron was ramping up in our community and they had to go virtual again with learning. And she's a thriving student. So going virtual was unpleasant for her. She didn't like it. She wasn't really stimulated enough with virtual learning. And so it was really this cascade of events. And I think also I naively thought, we're a healthy house. She has 2 loving parents. We go to church. Why is this happening to her? I thought we had protected her from the unknown of the pandemic. And even though I have my own anxiety that I seek therapy for, I really was cautious with what I shared with her and what we watched on TV and how often we talked about death with the pandemic. But it still crept in, And so fortunately, we were able to get her into a local therapist who I knew was doing great work with kids. But that took time. I mean, she had a waiting list. And I tried the school connection first, and really the school psychologist kind of laughed at me and was like, your child is low priority. I'm facing much bigger fish to fry right now than anxiety and insomnia. So I appreciated her honesty, but it took time to get her in, and now she's in therapy and we're having some benefit from it. But we still deal with it. Even last night, she was at my parents' house and she's texting me at 10 o'clock. I'm worried, Mom. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. What should I do? And so it really has been just another manifestation of this pandemic in a way that I wasn't prepared for.
I think another thing too is the whole stigma piece, that you were reaching out to people and they said, like, this is ridiculous. Like, she's not sleeping. What's the big deal? I can't get the kids into school, let alone what you're dealing with. And that's an unfair way to be treated. And I'm sure that social worker is dealing with their own caregiver fatigue, and it can be really tough. You did mention the word protect. And I think that is something that I work really hard with the parents that I deal with as a parenting coach, that our job is actually to prepare and not to protect. Because if you feel like you're protecting all the time, it's exhausting. We want to protect them from everything. And I know the pandemic was a little bit different, but especially with those anxious children and children that need more support, how are we giving them that support? What is an appropriate conversation to have about where's the proof to say that something bad is going to happen if you don't get 9 hours of sleep, or if we do get, we get sick, or somebody, I don't know, it rains and there's a thunderstorm. There's, we've got anxious children that think about things, that hold on to it. And there's a lot of pressure for us to fix things. And sometimes it's just holding space for their emotion. But we were never taught to hold to that way. It was, be quiet, you're fine, don't worry about it. So we don't know how to hold space for our children. Our children are distressed. We're under a lot of stress, and then we're in a snow globe of stress. So our perception of everything too seems heightened as well, right? And then you go to somebody that says, don't worry about it. Then some people will get angry and say, now I'm going above your head and I'm going to get this kid help. And, you know, we don't know what you're talking about. Or others will shut down and say, am I overreacting? What's going on? And then that cycle continues, and you may be losing sleep because you think it's something really horrible going on. Did I do something wrong? I shouldn't have talked about this, or I shouldn't have had anything like the TV on, or things like that. And it's like, am I preparing? Am I protecting? And what does each child need? But then it comes back to us that if we are in a snow globe of stress constantly, we don't take care of ourselves, we don't know how to handle our own emotion, we spin and spin, and then you've got a child that's not sleeping. You've got a job that's overwhelming. You have a partner that is not helpful or isn't giving you what you need, and you don't communicate, and our heads pop off. But when we step back and look at all the different pieces and our stress tolerance, what our ethics and are the way we were brought up and what goes on, all that just kind of mixes in together. And that's where we get burnout. That's where we feel stress. And some of us are ready to just dive right back into the pool, and others are like, I don't think so. I think we're just going to hold everybody tight, right?
Yeah, to piggyback on what you're saying, Michelle, you know, in my experience working with families, I often hear from parents that they've made sacrifices and they continue to make these sacrifices, and that's what's leading to their burnout. So you make a good point about trying to balance the way you visualize the sacrifice you're giving, you know, the connection you're giving, the care that you're giving. Is it taking from you, or is it giving from you? Even though sometimes, you know, we're feeling a certain way, you know, sometimes even when my little ones are driving me nuts and I feel like, oh God, stop taking from me. You know, 2 seconds later, there's so much giving. And even in the struggle of dealing with them, they're still giving to me, you know, even though I could get frustrated and whatever, you know, there's that process of me growing. There's a process of me learning and becoming a better parent when we go and experience that dynamic together, you know. And in my experience working with families, I hear this very often where it's like, I just feel like people are taking from me. And when is it my turn? Like, I think I probably even said that to my partner like a few days ago, like, I need a break. When is it my turn? You know what I mean? And how we communicate when it's my turn is really important, because I think the other piece is we need to be kind. We need to take a step back and realize that we're not the only ones dealing with something. Right? You know, a lot of people can have this mask and it appears that everything's going well with them and their life is great and their kids are beautiful and they always look pristine, but really sometimes things aren't going so great. And so I think it's really important that, you know, sometimes we take a step back and we don't push ourselves onto people, and we give other people some grace as well as ourselves. You know,
yeah, and being able to ask for help and step back, that's a really big thing too. I saw a meme that was on Instagram the other day, and people were all over it. And so it was somebody on Twitter said, oh, you know, my husband said, relax, I'm going to load the dishwasher, you go and relax. And then her response is, I know how you load the dishwasher. How am I supposed to relax? And I think this kind of thing is just glorified, because I look at that and everybody's like, that's right. Absolutely not. There's no way I can relax. And I think, okay, so your partner has offered to help you and it's not going to be good enough. So the message is, it's not going to be good enough. So do not even offer. 2, it has to be done my way or else I won't be able to relax. And 3, let's put this out in the world and normalize the fact that you should be doing everything. Absolutely. If he screws that up, that's going to be on you. And now you're going to have to redo it. It's going to be more work. And this is normalized in our society. Instead of saying, wow, this partner, and it doesn't matter if it was a male or female, now we're bashing the partner because their help isn't good enough. I cannot give myself permission, and I can't tolerate things being a certain way. I'm going to fix this because my child made a mess of it, because my partner didn't fold this right or didn't do that right. And that's, I think, a huge sign to say, something is going on with me. But it's so normalized to drink your sorrows away. It's always wine o'clock for mothers. It's normalized. And that's the piece that's a little bit scary for me. Yes, good point. Men face this often. And I really sympathize and thank you for your comment, because this is not okay. And this has been so normalized. And it doesn't matter whether you are, a male or a female, whoever your partner is, they're trying to support you. And what does that communication look like? And what is the message when you say this isn't good enough? It's good to communicate, but are we so stressed that it has to be this way? And I'm very black and white, and there's not a lot of gray. That is burnout. That is stress. That is us having such high expectations for everybody around us and ourselves. And then we're face down in the carpet, right? So just something I was thinking about.
Yeah. And you know what, you hit a really big point there that I think a lot of people struggle with is communication. We think it's easy. Okay, just open your mouth and say what you want. It's not that easy. And I think most people struggle with that, right? And maybe, Michelle, we can talk about a few tips on how to communicate effectively. And I know later in our second panelist, we are going to talk about how to communicate effectively with our children. But, when we're raising children, and whether you're a single parent or not, you still have a community around you. So how are you communicating in a way that people are going to hear you and they're going to support you? Because sometimes that's tough, right? You think you're saying, like, even with Kia, like we're starting a business together. It should be like, Tiff, I hear you saying that, but I don't really like, it's like the connect is not happening, right? It's like the communication. And I think I'm vocalizing myself and I'm expressing how I feel about something. And she's like, I don't really get what you're saying. And we have to find the same wavelength to hear each other. And sometimes all that requires is a pause.
I think it's you may not be in the same page, but can we be in the same book? And what are your negotiables and non-negotiables? And a lot of us do not do that. And we were stuck together for a long time, where those things that were kind of annoying or you didn't really think about were on a regular basis now really bugging us, really, so being able to feel heard. I think the other thing too is that a lot of us are in fix-it mode, and it's really invalidating when I say to my partner, this is frustrating or that is frustrating. Well, why did you do that? Or I never do that. Well, you say that. Well, then I say, and it just goes back and forth, and we're not. So what you want to be doing is I want to listen to understand, not to respond, but we seem on defense. And if someone
Michelle,
says,
say that again. Say it one more time.
Listen to understand, not to respond. I can put it in the chat. But yes, I think I say that a lot to parents with their children. And also it needs to happen with our partners or the people around us, because we are on defense. What are they saying? Well, I have to justify my actions, and to hold space for that person and just hear something. And then just like you said, I'm hearing this from you. Is this what you're saying? You're saying you feel like you do everything in the house and I do nothing. I come home and put my feet up and do nothing. I didn't realize you felt that way. Well, actually, I feel as though when I do offer help and I asked if I could I offered to load the dishwasher, you laughed in my face. So I'm feeling a little confused because you're saying this and I want to be able to hear you. Or you can say, this is what I need from you. What do you need from me? And for little kids and for children, you can do a bug and a wish. It bugs me when I wish you would. It bugs me when you ask me what I'm going to do with my day as soon as I wake up in the morning. I wish you would give me 20 minutes to wake up. That's what my teenagers say to me.
I definitely remember those single parents that they feel like their community is even smaller. They don't have anybody that they're coming home to share the burden. Maybe they've had to miss work in order to be home for their child and take their kid to different events. And even in that situation, depending on whether or not they have paid time off, how that affects them to make these sacrifices if we were to role play the scenario that Kara had and swap it with a single parent, whether or not that guidance counselor invalidating how they felt would kind of have them questioning whether they should push it further, whether they had the resources to push it further as a single parent, when the first, most convenient person undermined their gut instinct that their child wasn't doing well. And what do you do when there isn't anyone else to help pick up the slack, when it's just you coming home to pick up your child from school or from daycare, and you may not have family around? I see a lot of, unfortunately, a large amount of moms that are pregnant as an obstetrician, when there are complications that come up during their pregnancy, all of a sudden you realize that they really don't have a good amount of support. They don't have anybody to watch their child at home. I've had mothers that their child can't go to school if they can't take them. There's no one else around to help. What do we do in that circumstance when it's just the one parent, and they're giving and giving, and they're trying to find ways to safely take time for themselves, or to be comfortable admitting that they need more help, or where to find that additional help?
Yeah, I mean, that is really, really tough. I think it's being connected to services around you. Community parenting is really important. So do you have friends that you can switch off with? I will take your children on Tuesdays. Can you take my kids on Thursdays? Those types of things. You may have to work a little bit harder. I also have heard the other way around, because I work with a lot of single parents as well. And it really depends on your partner, because some partners are actually, it's toxic, it's actually not helpful. So being on my own gives me more autonomy. I feel like I have more control with things, so I can run my household the way that I wanted, instead of being in that toxic relationship and feeling lonely in a relationship. So it really depends on the person, but I think it's understanding that whether you are solo parenting or you're parenting with a partner, do you feel supported? Do you feel connected? Do you have benefits and finances that you can pay for help, or do you need to reach out and look for service through the school system or through the city or wherever that you are, that there is a little bit of respite for you, that you can go in, like here in Hamilton, Ontario, you can go into an early on center where you still have to be present, but they have the programming, they have lunch and snacks and things like that. They have subsidized daycare. So it's understanding where your services are, that you can reach out. It's just not going to be as quick. And what's a workaround? And it's just more work, right? So it's a really complicated answer.
Yeah, I'd love to add to that and just validate that, there are times where we're going to struggle. There are times where I know that my mom was in sheer fear or didn't know where certain things were going to come from. And sometimes, we need to just give ourselves grace. I'm going to say this a million times throughout this entire day, because I think that's one of the most important things, is to recognize that it's okay. And then also know that pain and suffering comes in seasons.
Yes.
Right? So you might be experiencing this right now and be like, I can't do it, and everything is just horrible, and nobody can say anything right to you, and that's okay. And hopefully when you can quiet your mind in a moment, if somebody's not screaming, or hopefully when they're sleeping, or whenever it is, even with 30 seconds, you take a moment and you realize our world is constantly moving, it's constantly changing, and this is not going to be my forever. Well, it's so funny you just said amen, because my next point was find faith. So, not all of us have a belief or faith in something, but a lot of us do. And a lot of us forget to turn to God or turn to your faith, whatever that might be. Because we're so overwhelmed, we're so overworked, and we're thinking, sometimes we play the blame game with our faith and, whatever, but sometimes we need to take a step back and find our faith, and that can present some answers to us. But in the real short and thick of it, really, there are going to be times where we struggle. And it's how we push through that struggle to come out on the other end. And I just want everybody watching to know that it's okay to lock yourself in the bathroom once in a while.
I have two quotes that come to mind as you share about this. One, my husband shares a quote from a friend of his that was a Marine. And the quote is, sometimes you just have to embrace the suck. Sometimes life sucks, things suck, and you might just have to embrace that that's the season. And then the other one from my favorite musical, The Sun Will Come Out Tomorrow. I'm not going to sing it, but it's the first part of the song is acknowledging today is gray, but the sun will come out tomorrow. We don't know when that tomorrow will be, but there is a season when the sun comes out. There's a season when it's gray.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think that really focuses on that positivity. There is a toxic positivity that we're just throwing butterflies and fairies at everything. And I think having self-compassion for yourself and validating where you're coming from, that today did suck. Today was not a great day, or maybe it was just 2 things that didn't go well, but 3 things actually did go well. So it's not always about skipping around and unicorns and things like that, but it's just being mindful of the fact that our unhelpful thoughts can really bring us down. And it's not just saying, well, the sun will come out tomorrow, so don't worry about it. So this hot mess of a year or a month or a week is just going to go away with the sunshine. But it is saying, where do I need to get some support? Do I notice that my brain is constantly going to the negative? And that does happen because we have to train our brain. So when we say this really sucks, however, I did get through it. And tomorrow is Sunday, or tomorrow is Saturday, or I have this to look forward to. That piece is really hard when we're in our snow globe of stress. And I think that's when it is important to kind of look for, if you look at the mental health continuum, where you're in the red, orange, yellow, green, where are you? Are you in the yellow? Are you trying to get in? Are you in the mango? I mean, when you're getting into mango, you want to start asking for help, but a lot of times we wait until we're in red and we're in crisis. You're not always going to be in crisis, but how can we even look at our partner or look at our friend to say, are you okay? I'm noticing you're late getting to work, or maybe their hair isn't washed anymore, or they're kind of disheveled and you're thinking like they're forgetting things. What's going on? Can I support you? Is there anything I can do? Because if their leg was broken, we would help them. But when you notice that maybe there's something going on emotionally or with mental illness, no, we just leave them alone because they might just turn to ash, right? No, like that's okay, but that's our comfort level too, to ask for help, but also notice if someone's struggling, and maybe just send them over to you guys to say, hey, we don't quite know, but this is what I need, right? I don't know what I need, but what do you suggest?
That's exactly why we're here. That's exactly why Accessible Professionals was created, is because we recognize that some people see no way out. Mm-hmm. And sometimes when, maybe they're scrolling and they realize, okay, we're here for them. We truly are, and we want to point them in the right direction. We want to support with them with the solutions that are going to create an impact in their life, not just fluff that's going to, carry them through the day. I mean, sometimes you just need to be carried through the day, but, something I think is really important is trying to form habits. And those can be formed, and we need to take appreciation that it forms in time. Yeah. So if you're recognizing something in yourself that you don't like, or you're not happy with, it's important to just acknowledge it at first. It's the first step, and then create a plan. Sit down, take some time for yourself if you're able, and say, what do I want to see? If I were to get from point A to point B, what does point B look like? And you can do visualization techniques to say, oh yeah, my point B is living on the beach and like this or whatever. Or maybe it's a little bit more realistic and your point B is, I'm going to communicate better with my children. And so when your point B is to communicate better with your children so they're not yelling at you, you can now break down some realistic things that you can do with them to build that communication. And then just focus on one thing at a time. Again, give yourself grace. I'm going to say it over and over and over again. Give yourself some grace, do one thing at a time, and new habits will form. And by the end of the year, you're gonna be like, wow, I'm a whole new person just by the way I'm seeing the world now. And that can just be by a change in perspective through your habits.
Thank you for those points, Michelle, about putting Post-it notes with positive thought or notes on your phone or in places where you can see them and encounter them, just ways to reflect on things that are positive to help change your mood. I've definitely seen that in action, just taking a few seconds when someone is not in a good mood to say, why don't we just think about all the things that give you joy? Let's stop thinking about the things that you're stressed about. Let's just take a few seconds and start telling me out loud the things that give you joy. And they say one thing, give me more. Keep telling me, keep telling me, keep telling me. Tell me all the things that give you joy. Keep thinking. And after like 10 to 15 seconds, you're just flooding your mind with things that give you joy. And I've seen people almost just kind of forget about what was previously bogging them down because they've now put on the front of their mind the things that give them joy. And sometimes that's what we need to do. We need to be intentional about how we think, about putting those positive things in our view, putting them on our mind, putting them in our phone, going over them, taking a few time. It may not change everything, but it will change incrementally.
Moment by moment sometimes is really important. Okay, you guys are going to laugh at me because this is a tip I use. And this is probably more of my personal advice, not my professional advice, but here it goes. So when I would be extremely stressed, and I haven't done this in a while, so that's, I guess, a good thing. I would fake smile. I'd fake smile. I'd crank up some music if I had the ability. And nowadays I really don't because the kids are always around me, but I'd fake smile and I'd walk around the house like this. And I would smile until I started laughing at myself. And then now I'm laughing at myself because I think I'm ridiculous because I am. And then, that moment break was what I needed. That moment for myself is what I needed. I was talking to a girlfriend too, and I said, I know she's a very spiritual person. Pick up your Bible. All you need is a moment to transition what's going through and what's stuck in your brain, because sometimes we get so stuck in our thoughts and we need something just to shake us out of it, And so if that's this, you do it. If that's your Bible, you do it. If that's, the bathroom for a minute, make sure the kids are safe. Okay, child advocate here, babies should be in cribs. It's okay if they cry, whatever. But you know what I mean? You do what you need to get yourself through a moment sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where those habits and routines and planning ahead, what is it that I need for each emotion, is really helpful, because I need something different when I'm sad to when I'm feeling angry, for example. So kind of planning ahead. You can do the same thing with your kids, but everything, there's a lot of planning. In the moment, we don't always ask for what we need or really know what we need, right?
This has been such a great panel conversation. I think that those who are watching hopefully resonate with us speaking about our truths from our real experiences.
My horrible truths.
There are other people like me in the world. and so I think as we've been real, we said this was going to be real talk, and we were going to get tips. And I thank you, Michelle and Tiffany, for sharing your wisdom on how we can continue keeping on, because we're not done yet, waiting for the sun to come out in some situations. And we just really needed this time to be honest about where we were in the experiences we've been having, the challenges that we've been having, and get some help to avoid being burnt out and collapsed, and to feel like we can't give anymore, or we're going to break. So thank you. It has been such a rich conversation. And next up, we are going to have culture and cooking.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Kara. Thank you so much, Michelle. We truly appreciate you. And I want everybody to know that Kara and Michelle have joined us on Accessible Professionals. They do offer support and services on our site, so feel free to check them out. Kara, the lovely Kara, is soon to be one of our Care Advocates, which is a program we're hoping to roll out in the next few months. And that's where you can pick up the phone and speak to somebody right away and say, I don't know what's going on with me, but I need some help. And Kara is a women's health registered nurse, right, Kara?
Nurse practitioner.
Nurse practitioner. And she will make sure that you are pointed in the right direction for the support that you need. And Michelle has workshops coming up, which is very exciting. And she's helped many parents with her many years of experience. So you don't want to stay tuned for that. If you are live streaming, because we're live streaming on many social media platforms. If you're not already connected with us, join our community so you can stay up to date when things are happening, because we don't want you to miss out on these kind of things. Yeah, so thank you so much. We appreciate you. And just in a few moments, we're going to start with our Jamaican cultural cuisine. So get your ingredients ready because it's going to be delicious.
Amazing.
And that will be awesome. So we'll see you in just a moment.
Welcome to Culture and Cooking Island Edition. Today we're going to be making escabeche fish, rice and peas, and bami. No airplane ticket, no baggage fees. This is all done from the comfort of your home. We're going to teach you how to have fun with your family, by yourself, with a friend, or with your kids. You may not be in Jamaica at the moment, but I'm going to show you how to bring the island home to you in a fun and creative way. Mise en place is a strategy that chefs use to prepare before cooking. So get your ingredients together and prepare to cook. We're going to start off right away with julienning our carrots, because what we're trying to do is prepare all of our ingredients so that when we're ready to actually cook, we can just throw them right in the pot and get started. So the reason why we want to julienne the carrots is because we want them nice and thin and long to soak up the vinegar that we're going to add to it later. Next up is going to be our onions. We're going to cut them 1/4 of an inch. Next up is Scotch bonnet. This little pepper is no joke. It has a heat rating of 100,000 to 350,000 Scoville units. It is about 40 times hotter than a typical jalapeno pepper, to put it into perspective. Here's a couple tips to make sure that you have a safe journey cooking today with Scotch bonnet pepper. It is extremely hot. So let's use a well-ventilated kitchen and rubber gloves. Please do not touch your eyes and wash them well with soap. If you can't find Scotch bonnet in your local area, habanero is the next best thing. Next up is red snapper. We're going to be seasoning it. Now, red snapper is an island favorite for sure. It has a firm texture, sweet nutty flavor, and it's not fishy at all. And that's why I like it the most. Escabeche is a style of cooking that was brought by the Spaniards. The word escabeche was used to describe a dish that was being pickled. This was a great way of keeping food from spoiling in the days before refrigeration. After you have cleaned and washed your fish with either vinegar or lime juice, You're going to want to season both sides with salt and pepper and make sure to get the belly of the fish as well on the inside. You really want your seasoning to saturate in the fish. So what you can do is slice some lines in the fish on the side like you can see here and make sure to rub the seasoning into the pores. Another Jamaican favorite is called pimento. It's also called allspice, and it's called that because the flavor resembles like a combination of a lot of spices like cloves, cinnamon, and nutmeg. It's usually what gives Jamaican cuisine that unique taste that you always look for. Getting ready to fry our fish, we're going to use refined coconut oil. It has a higher smoke point than virgin coconut oil. Bami is a household favorite and it goes very quickly, so you have to make a lot. Bami is traditionally a Jamaican cassava flatbread, and it descended from the simple flatbread eaten by the Arawaks. The Arawaks are the original inhabitants of Jamaica. Lucky for us, Bami can actually be found in the freezer aisle of most grocery stores today in the cultural aisle. We're gonna soak our Bami in coconut milk that's mixed with a little bit of sugar and salt. You can taste it to make sure it's perfect. The Bami that you see here is not exactly the traditional form. Usually you'll find a larger pancake size. These are tiny discs that are thinner. We love and prefer the thinner, smaller discs because when they fry up, they're even more tasty. You'll know that the Bami is done when you can see that it's soaked up a little bit of the coconut milk, but also because it's not going to be as hard as it originally was. Originally it was like a hockey puck. Now it's going to have a little bit of a softer texture. By now our oil should be hot and the fish are ready to go in the fryer. The oil does need to be pretty hot to make sure that we get a crispy coating, because the crispy coating is what makes the escovitch fish taste really good. Your fish is not done until it is crispy and brown. We are ready to make rice and peas, and the first ingredient is going to be scallion. We want to rough up the herb as much as possible so that we can get all the flavor out of the scallion without leaving bits and pieces in the rice and peas. This makes it easier to remove once it's cooked. We're gonna add about 1.5 cups of red peas to boiling water and add a little bit of coconut milk as well as some garlic. And that's gonna sit there and boil for about 15-20 minutes or until the beans are tender. Then you're gonna add the scallions. We're going to add more coconut milk to our rice and peas mixture, and then we're going to start prepping our rice. When your rice and peas mixture starts to boil, that's when you want to start adding your rice. You should expect that to be around 5 minutes after adding the coconut milk. We used about 2.5 cups of rice. What you want to do is make sure the water runs clear. So that takes about 2 to 3 times washing it in lukewarm water. The peas mixture is boiling and the rice is washed, and now we're going to add the rice to the pot and stir it up. Our fish is fried up and ready to go. We're going to plate it and put it to the side. We're going to discard of the oil and make sure to wipe the side of the frying pan because we're going to put it back onto the stove. And then we're going to add some vinegar. This is going to be the base of our escovitch sauce and what makes it taste so good. We're going to add the carrots, the onions, and the Scotch bonnet. And we're only going to saute this for about 1 minute. It's going to easily soak up all the flavors. You're going to want to move it around and make sure that all of it is coated in the vinegar, and then remove it from the heat. Add a little bit of salt at the end. This is the part we've all been waiting for. It's time to coat the fish. We are going to put those juicy carrots and onions and Scotch bonnet on top of our fried fish, and then we're going to pour or ladle all of that vinegar goodness on top of the fish until it's completely saturated.
The place I long to be. If I had your word, I would give it away just to see the girls I play. When I am king.
Don't forget to check up on your rice and peas. And then next we're going to cook our bami. So we've taken some of the bami out of the coconut milk and we're going to just let it drip off a little bit and fry it up. You want to make sure that the bami is cooked until it's golden brown. You'll know when it's finished. All is fair in love and food, but I will warn you from now, you're gonna need to make extra bami. It's gonna go fast and there will be grubby fingers stealing it every second along the way. So make sure you make make sure you make triple the amount of bami, because there will always be somebody eating not only just one, but maybe 2 or 3.
You're gonna
It's
take a whole
problem.
one?
We are at the finish line. All we have to do is take out our scallions. We're going to mix up the rice and it's pretty much ready to go. We're gonna plate it nicely and call the family for dinner.
I am king. Surely I would need a queen.
You have done it, congratulations. You have made rice and peas, bami, and escovitch fish. Maybe you have a little less bami than expected, but that's okay. Eating along the way is part of the fun. As always, our meals are prepared with TLC. Big shout out to Nicole for helping us to cook this amazing meal.
All right, we're here to welcome Emma Hickey, a naturopath and holistic nutritionist, to talk with us about nutrition and the spices of our escabeche fish and rice and peas and bami meal. Welcome, Emma.
Hello. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. We appreciate you, and we're excited to share your insight with everybody watching. So we thought we would give you the floor after that cooking session, and you can share some insight about the spices that we used and what it does good for our body or what it could do bad for our body, and the love of spices.
Sure. Well, first, I would just say I loved watching that, by the way. Oh, it looks so delicious. And what's so exciting as a nutritionist is that every ingredient that was used is a whole food. It's all natural, mostly unprocessed whole foods. And, you know, that's the most important part when it comes to nutrition, really. And so that is a great foundation to start with. Then, yeah, to go into the spices, this is something that's so wonderful about most, if not all, traditional cuisines and traditional ways of preparing food, is that there's so many herbs and spices used as part of those dishes, and there are so many benefits of those. So, I mean, a huge one that is so important just for nutrition is that spices generally stimulate digestion. So having lots of spices as part of meals, they actually warm the digestive tract and they help the digestive process. So they're helping you to break down the food that you're eating and to absorb the nutrients from that food. So that applies to every spice, really, that's in food. And there are so many spices in those dishes that you prepared. So that's great. Spices also tend to be antioxidants as well, and quite strongly antioxidant. They're very concentrated in those compounds. And so by adding lots of spices to your foods, you're getting a nice big dose of antioxidants.
Emma, do me a favor.
Yeah.
For people like me, what can you help us understand what antioxidants is?
Sure, absolutely, absolutely. Yes, I get carried away. Yes, so antioxidants basically, to take a step back, our bodies, in order to do any process at all, whether it be digesting food, whether it be making energy in every cell of our body, whether it be breathing, literally everything, does cause involve chemical reactions that involve oxygen. And oxygen, even though we need it to survive, is actually damaging to tissues in certain ways. And so we actually need, and it's not just oxygen, there's a lot of other harmful compounds too, but just as an example, that's where antioxidant comes from, the word, is that there's oxidation happening. So it's basically cellular damage. It's just damage happening within tissues. And so antioxidants are compounds that help to mitigate that damage. So because we're having this damage all day, every day, and that's not something to be afraid of, that's just part of being alive.
Somebody might like me is like, oh no,
I know. That's why the caveat is, yeah, it's all good. The foods that we eat are, well, if we're eating natural, healthy foods, are full of antioxidants, which are compounds that offset that damage. And even things like being in sunlight, even things like having positive mood and being happy and grateful, they've done all studies on that. Even those kinds of things, our body can produce its own antioxidant compounds. So we have all these measures in place to offset that natural kind of damage. The damage only becomes a problem when we're not eating the right foods, when we're eating really processed foods, we're not having nutrient dense foods, when we're drinking a lot of alcohol, if we're really stressed, these kind of things, that's when it becomes a problem. So antioxidants, for example, in spices, by adding lots of spices to your food, you're getting those really beneficial compounds in there that then is just supporting your body in really diverse ways. And so Yeah,
The way
that's
I'm kind of understanding you, Emma, sometimes, and I don't know if this is totally what you're talking about, but sometimes um, in death is like rebirth. So and then tell me if I'm wrong, but in my like, I don't know, young science learning, I learned that, cells need to die for new and better ones to emerge. Is it something similar to that? Because that will make me feel better.
I mean, yes, I'll say yes. Cell death is a natural part, again, of the body being alive, and the body regenerates. The problem is when there's too much cell damage and too much cell death, and we don't have the resources, either
Exactly.
not enough nutrition or whatever, we don't have enough resources to replenish that and to then kind of become stronger. That's the problem.
Correct.
Mhm.
That's very fascinating. I'm glad you fixed the idea of everything dying in my body. And I think you make a good point. Like, we are what we eat. And if we're going to continue to flood our bodies full of things that don't support us, what can you really expect from that?
Exactly.
So maybe can you tell us a little bit about pimento specifically? Because my sister is the one that put together that video. Thank you, Yvonne. She's amazing. She's a photographer. She's absolutely amazing. And she did that for us. And she brought to light that pimento is a really important spice in the Jamaican culture. And so I was hoping you could shed a little light on what that does for us.
Yeah, so I'm not personally familiar with it. I've never eaten it that I'm aware of. But from looking, I understand it's a type of pepper. And so peppers generally are very high in antioxidants. So they have a lot of, for example, carotenoids, which are our body converts to vitamin A. So they help, for example, with the eyes specifically, is a real area where carotenoids can be really helpful at mitigating that cellular damage. So the eyes, the brain, the skin, and yeah, they're of course a good source of fiber. Like all whole natural foods, they're a good source of fiber. They help to modulate blood sugar and all of that. So and because they are somewhat spicy, I understand they're sort of on the milder side, but there's still some spice. So that spice again is going to warm the digestion and stimulate the digestive process. So you're going to be able to break down your food better, support your liver, all of that, and then interestingly can help mitigate food sensitivities, which is something I'm really passionate about. When we support digestion, we actually reduce the likelihood that someone will actually become reactive to foods. So I'm a real fan of integrating little bits of spice, as much as someone enjoys, into their food regularly to actually support digestion, because we don't realize when our digestion isn't working well, all other kinds of things go awry, and one of those can be being reactive to foods.
Can I ask a question about whether or not we should do things to cool our digestion down if it's too much in the moment? So sometimes we might think, oh, that's really spicy. I might need to simmer that and either drink water or drink milk. But is that good for us to cool down that before we're finished eating, or is there any negative impact of taking liquids in while we warmed ourselves up?
So in terms of cooling it down, I think if you're uncomfortable with the amount of spice, like you should fix that right in the moment. So that's not, you don't want to be sitting there suffering. So yeah, definitely I would suggest do that. But in general, having cold liquids with meals isn't the best idea. It's fine every now and then, right? We need to enjoy, and like I just want to take a step back and say, like, we should all enjoy food. Food is meant to be a time shared with people, and it's meant to be a fun experience. So I'm just gonna put that as a disclaimer before we overthink everything. But yeah, on an ongoing basis, we don't want to be having iced water or cold milk and things like that, because it does kind of it's said to sort of subdue that digestive fire. So some people do fine, but a lot of us these days have sort of digestion that's not as strong as it should be. And so we want to do what we can to support it. And having large amounts of cold drinks doesn't support it. But having, for example, some herbal tea alongside the meal can be really nice because it's warm. And some people don't produce enough saliva, actually. Saliva is part of digestion. It's a very important part of digestion, actually.
Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, so saliva is actually the first step of breaking down carbohydrates. So that actually starts in the mouth. So, you know, when our mothers and grandmothers used to say, make sure you chew your food, the reason it's really important to chew the food and not just inhale it is firstly to break it down with our teeth, but also our saliva has enzymes in it that start to break down carbohydrates. And so we want to start that breaking down process in the mouth, and then that lightens the load further down on our enzymes later on. So yeah, for some people, they don't produce enough of that saliva because they're just eating on the run or whatever, and they just quickly inhale it and it goes down. So it can be hard when there isn't much moisture in there and fluid. So having some herbal tea can help those people.
You mentioned something that I've heard before, and I'm hoping you can shed some professional light on, because as somebody that is very in tune with my body as a result of my experiences, that I'm probably going to share a little bit, the warming of the body, as opposed to, so I've heard this where there are like warm foods, and not by touch, but there's foods that warm your body, and there's foods that create like a coolness in your body.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reality on how that works with digestion and what you should be consuming at certain times? Like, for example, you were discussing, you know, if you're eating a food, you don't really want to have a bunch of cold water with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm just eating something, for example, eggplant, and does that do a warming to my body that for some people puts them maybe into an overdrive because their body can't handle that? You know, that idea of warm foods.
Yeah. I will say, first of all, everyone is different. So everyone reacts differently. But having said that, this is an area that's not really well understood, I would say. I know in traditional Chinese medicine, they ascribe temperatures to every food. So every food is either hot, warm, neutral, cool, or cold, and it fits somewhere on that spectrum. And they even have it down to such an art that even the type of cooking of that food changes the temperature of that food. So yeah, it's hard to answer that one because it's so
individualized.
Yeah.
So how do we know then, as an individual person, if food is good for us? And I know we're going to talk about food sensitivity because, you know, we're talking across, you know, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and all of these social media. So we can't really dive into that one-on-one that we would like to. And by the way, everybody, just so you know, Emma is also part of Accessible Professionals. So you can, you know, book a session with her to get that individual feel. But, you know, speaking to the masses here, how do we learn what's good for us and what's not?
That's a good question. The thing to know about whether foods are good for us or not is that foods don't just affect our digestive system. So a lot of people will think, oh, I don't have digestive issues, I don't have symptoms in my gut, so foods aren't causing me a problem. So the first thing to know is that if you're not reacting well to a food, it can present in all kinds of ways that we can get to. But ways that you can know is, and this can be really hard to achieve in real life, but if you are able to prepare food yourself, if you're able to carve out a good amount of time to prepare the food, sit down, take a couple of moments before the meal, take some deep breaths. This sounds really strange, but we actually want to take deep breaths and feel in a relaxed state, because that helps our digestion too. So it's another way of helping put ourselves in the best state to be able to digest our food. So taking some deep breaths and then eating mindfully. So eating slowly, chewing your food, really thinking about how you are feeling and then how you feel once you've eaten the food. So it does require a lot of sort of being in tune with yourself. And some signs you might want to look out for is a lot of people get sort of heart palpitations soon after or during eating a food. That if that's not due to an external situation that arises, if nothing's changed, then that can be a sign that your body is undergoing a stress response. Some people can feel a little bit anxious from certain foods. Some people will get like a kind of a dry feeling throat, kind of like a sandpaper throat feeling. That can be a sign that food's not doing well. Sometimes, perhaps later that day or the next day, you can have a runny nose or be really plugged up in the sinuses. That can be another classic sign that that food doesn't agree with you, as well as, of course, digestive symptoms can be a way to tell as well. But you want to be looking out for any kind of signs that shouldn't be there, right? We've become so conditioned to being like, oh, this is normal, this is fine. Oh, everyone gets bloated. Bloating can be another sign that a food's not suiting you. And also reflux can be another huge sign as well, or headaches. There's lots. So any of these kind of signs that you we shouldn't be experiencing them normally. They're telling us something. And so if you're having signs like that, it could be maybe a signal to investigate further.
Emma, I think you make a really good point, and that's to take a step back and assess your body. Because, for somebody like myself and others that I know, we consume, we go about our day. And it's like, oh, I have a little headache today. You don't really take a step back to think, why do I have a headache? You should not have a headache. Oh my God, I'm so bloated. I can't wear that dress. What about why you're feeling bloated, right? And I think, the first step is what you're suggesting is to, be in tune with your body so you can address these things and minimize these foods that might be impacting you.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a matter of being open to the fact that foods can affect these things. Our stress levels can affect these things. Our sleep can affect these things. Like there's all of these factors that can be contributing. They're not just happening randomly. Sometimes things happen, of course, but they're not just random and they're not just destined to affect us for the rest of our life. There are usually reasons that we can uncover and address, right? And help you feel better.
Yeah. So we actually have a few questions from the audience. We have a few people on Zoom, but we also have questions coming in from other channels. One of them is, are there foods to support reducing the impacts of stress on the body? I have Crohn's and ulcerative colitis. Let the doctor say it. I have Crohn's and let me get it properly. Sorry, guys.
And if there are foods groups that would help reduce stress, high blood pressure, holding stress in the stomach, feeling hot. So it sounds like someone is wondering if there are different foods to eat for sensitive intestinal issues like ulcerative colitis or Crohn's.
Or also stress reducing foods in general.
Yeah. Okay, there's a lot. There's a lot I want to say on all of that. In terms of reducing stress, because I'm a naturopath, my go-to is herbal medicine, and there's so much we can do herbally to reduce stress. And interestingly, there's a lot of herbs that actually help reduce our feeling of stress and improve digestion. So a classic example is chamomile, right? And that's one everyone's familiar with. It's easy to get. Chamomile, we know, helps us feel relaxed. It's also a little bit bitter, so it helps stimulate our digestion as well. And by helping us feel more relaxed, it helps improve our digestion. It's also very anti-inflammatory. So for something like Crohn's and colitis, it's if you take chamomile as a tea, it's literally as you drink that tea, those anti-inflammatory compounds that are in the tea, literally they pass down through the digestive tract, they coat the lining of the gut and can be extremely helpful for conditions like that. So those are more severe conditions. Even just low-grade inflammation in the gut that a lot of people have, it can be helpful for that as well. So chamomile is a great one. There's also
Emma, before you continue, I just want to make a point because I'm somebody that hears, okay, something's good for you, and then I'm going to do it all the time. And I need to sometimes take a step back and realize moderation is key. So for somebody who's sharing that they have Crohn's and colitis, like if that were me, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to have a chamomile tea every time I eat because I'm here, it's going to coat my system, right? Is there a time where you could have too much of that?
Chamomiles, and the reason I mentioned chamomile, it's extremely safe. It can be taken 3 times a day ongoing. So for someone maybe that has those conditions, I would absolutely be doing that. And this isn't a professional recommendation, but just theoretically, that could be something you do 3 times a day to help with that inflammation. And anyone can safely take that amount as well. So you don't need to go above that. But even just having 1 cup a day or 1 cup every time you remember is helpful as well. So so that's a great one. But there's also herbs and spices that you can be adding into your food that actually relax the digestive tract. So they can relax cramping, they can help with bloating. And so they can help a bit with feeling calmer as well, but it's more of an impact on the digestive tract. So things like peppermint, things which is the reason why we have like after dinner mints, like the reason they came to be is that peppermint relaxes the digestive tract. So when you've eaten a big meal and you're all a bit and the food's stuck in there and you don't feel so good, peppermint helps to relax that and help you feel better. So peppermint is a great one. Fennel is a great one. Ginger as well. So a lot of our spices, most of them help to relax the digestive tract. So again, that's why putting a mixture of all kinds of herbs and spices in your food, it helps digestion and it helps digestive symptoms.
I believe I've heard some express that poor digestion or us chronically not digesting our food well enough leads to stress on the body. Do you feel like there's a link between the two?
Yes. Yeah, there's 2 main ways I can think of that it would do that. The first is if you're not so the digestive process is a process, like things need to happen in sequence. And so if there's a step in the process that isn't happening well, it's going to have a flow-on effect further down. And so if you're not digesting well, what will happen ultimately is that your microbiome, so the bacteria that are in the final stage of your gut, the balance of them can get disrupted because food products are ending up there that shouldn't be there. They should have been dealt with further up, but they're still there. They haven't been dealt with, and then they arrive at the gut bacteria. And so that can cause things to be out of balance. And when things are out of balance, that has a direct effect on our mood. So, and our stress levels, our cortisol, all of that. So that can be a way that poor digestion can affect our stress and how we feel. But also, if we're not digesting properly, it leads to inflammation. It leads to inflammation along the digestive tract. It also makes our gut more leaky, meaning the lining is more permeable, so things can get through, things can go into the system. We can go further into this if you want to, but I'm just going to briefly say things can get into the system. It can be very, very inflammatory on a systemic level. And when we have a burden of inflammation in the body, that directly affects our mood. and our cortisol. Our body releases cortisol, releases adrenaline because we have things in the blood that shouldn't be there. We're releasing these immune cells to deal with those things, and that shouldn't be happening. So the body's just freaking out essentially. And so that can affect, yes, cortisol, stress, mood.
You know what? I think off camera, everybody, Emma and I have been talking because I have so much love for naturopaths. And I feel that way because I honestly believe I was saved. My life was saved by a naturopath. And so I was going to share a story that I had to go through so everybody watching can get an idea of something what you're talking about. And then you can dive a little bit more into maybe what really happened to me, you know, because I was a young child, very ill. And I think I spoke about this earlier today, where I was very ill and nobody could figure out what was wrong with me. And now what happened is I started to exhibit aggressive behavior. I started to act out of norm to my character. I won't even go into detail the very shameful things I did because it's so horrifying, the type of person that I became. And as a young child, you don't know what's what, right? You lean to your parents, which was my mom and my grandparents at the time, for help. And they took me everywhere. In Ontario, we have a hospital directed for children called Sick Kids. I basically lived there. You know, we knew everybody, and even the hospital closest to us, we were there often. And then it just came to a point where all the doctors kind of put up their hands and like, I don't know what's wrong with this girl. And I mean, I was put through test after test, horrible things, you know, and I can visualize some of it still in my head where it's like, oh my gosh, you know, thank goodness I had my mom and my grandparents that really advocated for me. And I think this is such a key point because, you know, we're starting this business because of that experience. This was the foundation. My experience as a child was the foundation for this Accessible Professionals, because there are people that don't have people advocating for them. And to be honest with you and completely frank, if I didn't have my family, and I don't like to use this term, but it's the way I speak about my mental health, is I would have been locked up in a loony bin and still been there because nobody could figure out what was wrong with me. And at the end of the day, from what we understand now, it was food sensitivity. And how crazy is that? You know, as somebody who's worked with families for the last few years, and they're saying, I don't know what's going on with my child. They're exhibiting all these behaviors. It's so out of norm and I've done everything. And I'm like, okay, maybe you need a blood test. I'm not a doctor, right? But I, you know, I'm speaking now not from my social work profession. When I'm speaking to these families, I'm speaking about from my personal. And I'm very transparent about that. And I'll share my story. And I say, get a blood test. You know, seek support from a naturopath. And most people, they don't realize to seek support from a naturopath because things are just so intense, and they don't realize that maybe that's the right professional for them. And that really created a change in my life because unfortunately it got to a stage where I was formed. And in Canada, that means that a doctor or somebody felt that I was at harm to myself or to others around me. And so they locked me up. I was locked up for 3 days, and, you know, my family was able to come because I was still a child. And somebody came in. This is a story I know it as, because I mean, a lot of this is very foggy in my personal memory. And the story was that, you know, my grandmother had a conversation with a naturopath, and they said, eliminate all sugars, eliminate all wheats, eliminate all this, all that. Tested my blood. I was like an O negative, I believe. And there's like a eat to your blood type kind of situation. And there's this book. And so she read that and we followed it to a T. 3 days later, oh, look, there's Tiffany again, this normal kid that's happy-go-lucky, you know, and never had a problem. And then my mom tells this story about, I was so good and I left the hospital, you know, 3 days later when they released me finally. And she's like, you know what, things were so good and we see a bright round, you know, a turnaround in you. And I wanted to give you a treat because you're doing so good and you're on this strict, horrible diet. And so she gave me a gobstopper, like there's like this big sugary ball thing, because I'm like, mommy, please, right? Like probably that's what I'm doing. And my sister, right? And so she's like, okay. And right back down. right back down. Thankfully, I only had to experience that in the hospital once, because my mom saw it right away. And she's like, never again. There's no treats. Tiffany can't have treats. Eliminated from treats completely. Even the daycare I was going to, I'd have to have like special food because there was no bread, because there's so much sugars in bread. And I think because my immune system, and I'm hoping you can talk about this a little bit more for parents that might be seeing this in their children, my immune system was just overloaded. So right now, as an adult, and even, a few months after that or a few years after that, I could have a little sugary treat and I'll be okay, because my immune system is at like an even plateau, if you will, as opposed to being bogged down. And then the other thing I'd like you to touch on is what we ended up doing through the naturopath was an IgG test. And I know you have a certain perspective on the IgG test, but
What are you doing, poo-poo?
What you could do is say to share with people is, this IgG test tells you whether it's a good or a bad thing, if things are good for you to consume or not. So I'm hoping you can shed a little bit of light on those things from my experience, and hopefully it will help other people.
Yeah, your story is not uncommon, really. It seems extreme and like it was huge for you, but it's not uncommon. And I spent a year working as an EA, which in Canada is an educational assistant. I don't know if that's the same in the US, but basically working in schools with kids that have either learning needs or behavioral needs. And honestly, these days it's 90% behavioral rather than learning. That was what I experienced. But I'm like you, if only parents knew that this could be a contributor, I would tear my hair out, because I feel like there's only so much that can be done with all of these initiatives and things that happen in the school to try and mitigate the behavior, when there's so many other foundational factors that can be contributing. So I'm very passionate about this. Yeah. And there's so many kids that have, as you say, complete turnarounds when key foods are just kept out of the diet. So as you say, it seems to be like there's a load that in the body there, it's like an inflammatory load, like you called it an immune load. Inflammation is part of the immune system. So inflammation is a response that the immune system has. So it goes hand in hand with the immune system. And when we eat foods that, we say don't agree with us or don't do well with us, it's because there's an inflammatory response to the food. The body is sensing, for whatever reason, and there can be lots of reasons, the body is sensing this food is not safe. And so it attacks it, basically. And so that causes inflammation. That response is inflammatory. And if we're having inflammation in response to food, if we're having inflammation in response to chemicals, if we're having inflammation in response to stress in our life, if we're having inflammation because we're not sleeping properly, like all of these reasons that we could be producing inflammation, it gets to a certain sort of load, like a certain threshold, and everyone's threshold is different. But at a certain point, that inflammation, it starts to affect all of the tissues, but it does affect the brain. And so that's one way in which I see that food sensitivities directly affect a child's behavior, not just a child, but we're talking here about children, affects behavior, affects mood, affects their ability to sleep properly. It can have huge effects. And so it can lead to extreme behaviors like you mentioned. And I've seen it too in my work, like extreme.
Mine was extreme, trust me.
No, I can imagine.
I'm very grateful for the family that I have, that they can separate the two Tiffanys that they have had to experience. Yeah. And even, I know we were talking as me as a child, but then even me as an adult, when I started to live a little and had too much to drink, in all honesty, the sugar consumption and alcohol would throw me over.
Mhm.
You know, and sometimes as a person, you need to take a step back. And when people are talking to you and saying things to you, and it's all the same thing, we need to listen, because sometimes it's easier to take a step back and listen to other people than see things within ourselves. You
Mhm.
know, and as a child, I didn't see the things within myself when I was doing those horrible things. And you know, and once I wasn't a bad teenager. I don't want to throw that out there, but you know what I mean? When you do things, you need to take a step back sometimes and recognize, okay, how am I gonna address this? And I just want everybody listening to know that um it's okay, and maybe you just need to speak to the right professional, which is exactly why we're here, and what started this ball rolling. Because in my experience at that age, I can remember vividly thinking, nobody should go through this. This is crazy. And I felt at that age that because I was going to so many doctors and they weren't communicating, which is one of the biggest keys about accessible professionals, is to make sure that if you're seeing a naturopath on our site and you're seeing a social worker on our site, they're communicating to make sure your needs are being met, because that collaboration is key. And so we're really hoping to we will achieve that. We make things happen here. So I appreciate your insight. And I think I would really love for you to touch a little bit on the IgG test, just even for my know-how, because I'm always telling people, hey, do an IgG test. You know, you might say things that you're intolerant to that are having these effects, you know, and you're not going to eat a tomato and right away get a headache. But if you eat a tomato, then a potato, and then a sugar, it's too much, you know? So maybe you can shed some light on the IgG test and the blood work that helps people understand their body a little bit better.
Yeah. The first thing I'll say is that when it comes to food sensitivities, testing is not the blanket answer. It's really not a clear path towards knowing what foods do well for you or don't do well for you. It's a very tricky area to test because there's so many different pathways going on that can be what's happening when you're reacting to a food. So IgG is one, so that's one type of protein that is one sort of immune response that your body uses, but your body can also use other types of immune compounds to be reacting. So some people it's an IgA response, some people it's IgM. They're less common, but for some people they might not be having an IgG reaction. It might be IgA or IgM, and so by just doing the IgG test, they could be missing possible insights.
Oh, tell me more, Emma. Tell me more.
Can I
Tell
put
me
in a quick
more.
plug for people that are listening that may still not know what all these G's are? So a lot of people now have come to understand this concept of antibodies because of the COVID-19 virus and the vaccines giving antibodies for the immunity. So these different IgGs, IgA, IgM, IgE, these are our internal antibodies that are part of our immune system. And so we're talking about how different ones may react to different foods. And so Tiffany was experienced with an IgG, which is a different a type of antibody test, but Emma is telling us there are different tests. There are different ways that your immune system, your antibody cohort could respond.
Yeah, exactly. And so yeah, you can't test every possible way, right? IgG might catch would catch most of them, but not all. And even then, there's a big there's a big likelihood of false positives and false negatives. So just readings that aren't accurate. So either the test could say could sense no reaction to a food when actually there is a reactive process going on, or it could tell you that there is a process going on when there's not. It's just very variable. So if you do choose to get those tests, and you can, and you know, if you have the funds and if you want to, you can, but just know that it's not cut and dry. You need to take it with a bit of a grain of salt. And the best way to really know if you react to a food or not is to trial eliminating it from your diet. That will, and by what we talked about before, about kind of tuning in and sensing if a food works well for you or not, that's the best way that you can really know. And so maybe if you do an IgG test and a bunch of foods come back as being positive, so being ones that you react to, maybe those are the ones that you begin with to avoid and then see if that helps for you. So maybe they could be clues and places to start, but they may or may not be the triggers for you, and there may or may not be others. So it's kind of, it's tricky like that. But yeah, an elimination diet is the best way to go, and to keep like a symptom diary. So like a diet diary where you write down what you're eating, and a symptom diary writing down how you're feeling and if you notice anything. And over time, you might be able to see patterns between the two, and that can give you more clues. This process can take a very long time. I will say, like, it can take a long time to figure out what works for you and what doesn't. I will just say something that might help people is, if you, and this is more of a naturopathic sort of perspective, but if you do an IgG test and you come back as being reactive to everything comes back, you're reacting, or if you feel that way where you're like, I can't eat anything anymore, I'm down to 5 foods and that's all I can eat, that's not normal, right? That's not how it should be. So the first step is,
Emma, that's exactly what happened.
yeah, and the reason is, in that case, the way that we see it is that the lining of the digestive tract is compromised. So it's too permeable and everything's getting through. All of the food proteins, the food compounds are getting through in the bloodstream and being attacked by the immune system. So by
leaky
those
gut
antibodies, which we call leaky gut. Yeah.
We need to do a session, Emma, on leaky gut, because that is
love
so important. I know we're running out of time today and you're a wealth of information, but I personally know a lot of people that are experiencing that. I mean, clearly I experienced that, and most people don't realize that's what's happening to them.
Yeah. And I will just say, yeah, that's the thing to realize, is if you are reactive to everything, it's because the integrity of the gut isn't there. So what you do is you heal the lining of the gut. So I can go through that in a workshop for sure. I'd love to. Once you heal that, then you might redo the test, and then maybe there's 2 or 3 foods that come back as being a problem. Those are perhaps the ones that don't work for you, right? And you can still do more digestive support, but maybe those are the ones. That's more of a normal scenario. I think we all have a couple of foods that just don't agree with us. That is feasible and possible, but that's how you would do it. Is if everything's not working for you, you feel like you can't eat anything, you need to heal that digestive tract, retest or reintroduce, see how you feel then, and then, yeah, move forward from there.
Emma, we got to make that happen. I know too many people that need that support and need that advice. So everybody listening, look out for workshops with Emma.
Sure.
Yeah, that's amazing. We are actually wrapped up. There's so many more I just need to acknowledge that we have a flood of comments coming through on our social media, and you have addressed a lot of those things as things were coming through. So I'm glad for that. And I thank everybody for participating in our event so far, and please stay connected with us. And if you're not already, join our community. And so you can stay up to date when Emma has her workshops coming up and everybody else. But I want to extend my gratitude for you, Emma. Thank you so much for being a part of our panel today.
Oh, thank you, Tiffany, and thank you, Kia, and thank you for putting on this event. This is awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we'll be in touch.
Okay, have a great day.
So next up, we're going to dive into our second panelist. So I'm hoping everybody's going to enjoy that. So give us a few minutes to get that set up and ready for everybody. We're back.
All right, we are here for the next panel on going through the challenges of the pandemic, but now focusing on how, as caregivers, we are there for the children in our lives that need our help and that need our advocacy. We have with us Reverend Lindsay King, who is going to be here as a social worker and mental health advocate. We also have Michelle, our child life specialist, as well as Jessica, our success coach for teens and for adults. We have Tiffany again in her
Teen and young adults.
Teen and young adults, sorry. Tiffany again as a social worker and family advocate as well on the panel. And I'm Dr. Kia. I'm here as just a mom.
Well-informed mom. So thank you everybody for joining us. I think we kind of discussed a little bit about, the turmoils that most parents have experienced, trying to balance our own mental health. And now we have these little ones or big ones, sometimes they tower us, that we need to take care of. And that takes a lot. So I want to give the floor to anybody that wants to start, and to anybody that's watching, please feel free to ask any questions as we're having this discussion.
So earlier in the previous panel, we had the example of one of the panelists in regards to their young child, and essentially being an advocate and giving a voice to what they were going through. We heard from Kara expressing that she started to notice insomnia with her child and had to really kind of watch the behavior change, the nervousness at night to go to bed, some of the difficulty in expressing what was going on. And thankfully, she investigated further and really kind of got help for her daughter. Part of the issue was the social distancing, or the virtual school wasn't really what her child did well with, and she was nervous about some of those changes between being in person and not being in person. Another thing that came up was mask and no mask. So I think this is definitely an issue that's current right now in different places, where as things have gotten a little bit better, there has been encouragement to not have the children wear masks at school, but for some children, they may feel nervous with that. I think many of us that have perceived that wearing a mask has been some part of decreasing our opportunity to be to kind of receive the virus. Can acknowledge that for the past 2 years, if you've been wearing a mask, you've probably gotten a little bit accustomed to that level of feeling somewhat protected. And then as a young child, to then be thrust into an opportunity where maybe the majority of your peers don't want to wear a mask, and it's no longer a requirement, but maybe that was part of your armor. And how do you be an individual in that setting where the majority of your peers don't have to wear a mask? Is that going to make you feel really nervous?
That's a lot.
We're launching the talk.
Yeah, so what I'm not quite sure about is where the concern is coming from, because children feed off of our anxiety as the adults. And we talked about earlier that we are very stressed. We have a lot of anxiety. We have rational thinking of this could happen, that could happen. And really the input that I've been getting, because I work with a lot of parents, is some people are wearing them in school, some people are not. And it's not that big of a deal. I did a workshop, and I'm just generalizing, because it could be for your child, but if it is, and everybody in the house is kind of easygoing, is it more than just, is it anxiety that needs to be looked into, or has the pandemic kind of fed into the anxiety and we were like super stressed, and now we're like, okay, not a big deal, just take your mask off. And it's like, yeah, but last month you were like making me wash my hands 20 times and you refused to take the mask off and you were freaking out, and now it's not a big deal. So it could be confusing. It's a lot of things to take on, but as the adult, what's going on for the child versus what's going on for us? Because we tend to project our stress and anxiety onto our children. We're going through a stressful time. And I can tell you, working in pediatric mental health, in private practice, and in my own programming, a lot of parents are coming at me very stressed out. And then you check in with the child and the kid's like, yeah, I'm fine. Like what? Like maybe there's a little bit of stress, but my parents are freaking out. I did a presentation with 2 colleagues for a school board, and the articles that I was sent were all fear-based parenting articles about every teenager is dealing with depression and they wish that the pandemic wasn't here, and that they wish they were as happy as they were in elementary years and things like that. And I think that is one perspective, and I am not taking that away from the children that have been struggling. A lot of children were struggling before the pandemic, and this made it worse. However, that generalization that everybody is stressed out, that it's a huge concern, we have to step back from that and check in with the child to see, how are you feeling? What do you think about wearing your mask or not wearing your mask? What feels good for you? And a lot of children are like, you're asking me? Like, wow, you just told me what I needed to do, and now we're going to have a conversation. So there might be some pushback. So I don't think I answered that question. I think I answered a little bit. I don't know if anybody else wants to pipe in there.
I think what I'm hearing is transitions. I think if I were to sum up this pandemic, it's been change and transitions. And I think depending on your child, the age and stage and whatever's going on in your home, like you said so well, Michelle, it's like, some families they roll with the punches and others roll with routine. So if you are, and I think what I'm hearing from you, Kia, is the question is, maybe you're coming from a home where routine is more important than maybe rolling with the punches, right? So if you're dealing with transition and change, how do you incorporate resiliency in your kid? I think, is that the question?
I think this is a great point.
Okay. So because like Michelle said, it's a big discussion, and I don't know that there's a one solution or one fits all kind of answer to this, but
there never is.
No, because it's always changing. But I would say transitions are a difficult thing for some age stages, right? So elementary school, for an example. Some things that I think is important is like what Michelle, you already said, is having that discussion, putting an opportunity to create a narrative. So when you are coming up against something, how do you prepare for that? So if your peers feel more comfortable not wearing a mask, but you feel more comfortable wearing a mask, what's that narrative for your child? How do you prepare your child for facing those barriers when they are walking into the school? And there's lots of strategies and lots of tools, and there's been lots of articles already mentioned about how you can do that with your kids. So depending on the age and stage, I would say a social story. Little kids like that, you can prepare them by reading them a story before they go to bed at night, or talking to them at breakfast before they go to school, or having those, it depends on when you have your family time. But I would say, how does your child deal with change? How do they deal with transition? And if they're already showing strengths in other areas of their life, I would look at how you can incorporate that in how they feel about wearing a mask or keeping safe at school around their peers. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It does. I think you guys both touched on a few things. One being, especially from the perspective of the mother, is this almost sense of mama guilt, and I'm speaking from a professional and personal lens where we do our best to support our children. And I've just divulged, I've experienced mental health for numerous years, and I do my best to make sure I'm not exposing my children to my insecurities, to my fears. But there comes a time where that leaks out, and that does trickle on to our children. And to Michelle's point is, you have to be conscious of this. Are the kids scared, or are we placing that fear around them that makes them then say, yeah, I'm scared? So I think it's really important, because then, even when my little one talks to me and she'll say something, or let's say I'm really terrified of spiders, for example, a really silly example. And if I see a spider in the house and it's just me and the girls, I don't even say anything anymore. I'm like, okay, girls, let's go to another room. Why, mommy, we're playing? No, we just gotta go. And I have to make it fun to leave because I don't want to put that onto her, right? So I need to check myself and identify, because before, I'll be honest with you, I have moved from the front seat of a car while it was moving to the back seat because there was a spider on the dashboard. So I think it's important that we take a step back to check ourselves. And then when we do make a mistake and that mama guilt hovers over us, what do? Give ourselves grace. I'm going to say it again, as I've been saying this entire session. You need to give yourself grace, because I think for the majority of people, and if you're on this session as a parent, you're here because you want to learn, you want to grow, you want to support your family in a positive way. So I want to say kudos to you, because that's the first step, is learning and growing, right? And so give yourself a little grace when we do cross that line and put things on our children, to take a step back and not let the mama guilt eat us up, because then that's not going to serve them either. So we have a few other questions I'm going to pose that we received actually earlier before the session when we had put it out. One was, how can I get my toddler to listen to me and follow direction? I've tried everything.
A toddler, like an 18-month-old or a 2-year-old?
Well, I mean, the question that I don't know who wrote this. We got
well, I'm just saying, like,
the event,
you've got an 18-month-old, you've got a 2-year-old, like, we have to. So this is the piece too, is that we get really frustrated. We are in our snow globe of stress. I said it's time, and going back to transitions, we are going from one thing to another thing. It's tough, right? What do? We parent from the other room, or we just shut it off. We're done. Let's go. That child may need some warning, right? We can have, 3 blocks, let's say, and even in an egg carton. In 3 more minutes, it's time to go. In 2 more minutes, it's time to go. In 1 more minute, it's time to go. And then you can take those blocks and we can go to the transition place. Okay, so this is simple. Does it stop the child from having a meltdown? No. But for some reason, parents feel that children should just do and be little soldiers, and that's upsetting, right? I've just created a course for strong-willed children because of this reason, where we just see this as defiance. We see this as, you just need to listen. I am stressed. A toddler is like 2 years old and under, right? So a lot of times they can't even speak in full sentences, and yet we want them to be like, yes, it is time to put my shoes on because we're going to the park. And I know right now I'm really having fun watching my show, but mom is going to be upset because she has this play date that she hasn't had a lot of sleep because the infant's been, they don't care. They're playing. I'm doing my stuff. Like, so when you do those transitions, then, first we do this, then we do that. I mean, there's lots of ways to do these things, but I think a lot of it is we have to take the pressure off, and to have a child that is a blind soldier. A lot of us were brought up that way. And now parents are saying, well, you're giving all the power to the children. You're just letting them do whatever you want. No, we're not saying that. We're just acknowledging their emotion. We're acknowledging their development. We're acknowledging where they're coming from. And are we setting them up for success? Do we expect to parent from the kitchen, say we're leaving in 5 minutes, and you're saying that to a child that has no concept of time, no timer, no idea where we're going? I don't care where we're going, even if it's somewhere fun. We can do all the planning and they still have a meltdown. They're allowed to have a meltdown. It's okay. We're still going to move along. You can validate that and say, I know you really wanted to finish up your blocks. We're going off. And then let's play some music. Let's do some distraction. So a lot of times it's our approach as the adult and our expectations. We're not lowering them, but most adults don't have child development background. They have children and they learn as they go, right? They're not little adults. Yeah.
Could you address that same question differently now if it weren't a toddler, but an older child, where, let's say if I switch the question they had given and it says, how can I get my child or maybe my teenager to listen to me, catch the language too, right? Listen to me and follow direction. I've tried everything.
Does anybody else want to take that? I don't want to.
I'd love to jump in on that one,
Yeah.
actually. So my primary focus is with teens and young adults, so ages 13 to 12, 35. But I primarily work with high school students and college. That
Is Jessica breaking up or is it me?
I was thinking the same thing. We're in Jamaica and we're always breaking up.
Yeah, Jessica, you're frozen right
a
now.
very open
Maybe
dialogue.
Lindsay or Michelle, you can take it away until she clears.
Yeah,
Oh,
go ahead, Lindsay. Oh,
I'm
she's
here.
back. Oh, you're back. We didn't hear any
I'm
of it.
sorry.
You were frozen.
Okay, great. Because
Yeah,
my
go
child
ahead.
roamed into the room as well, so you didn't see any of that either.
We didn't see anything. Go ahead.
We're fine. We're only live. It's all good.
So I'm sorry, back to the
You
question.
were talking about open dialogue. You were saying open dialogue when you came back.
Yeah. Really, like getting your team to listen is all about that open dialogue, taking into not specifically as your child. So how can I foster, can really help advance a relationship to a place.
Yeah, Jessica, you're completely frozen. I think what you're trying to say, and I'll just try to paraphrase, and Lindsay, you can jump in, but it sounds like we're trying to have that conversation and we're getting away from that blind soldier. They just need to listen. I need to get this done. This is about my needs, not their needs. They'll thank me in the end. I would have never acted that way. I would have never said that. And then it just turns into that push and pull. And then you have two very inflexible people, lots of explosions. So when we can look at it instead of this listen or don't listen, win or lose, we have to step away from that. I don't know if you would agree with that, Lindsay.
Yeah, I would. And I think Tiffany kind of hinted to it too, is the phrasing of the question is more of a reflection of what's happening with the parent than opposed to maybe what's happening in your actual home or with your child. So I think too, there's some validity to the question, because there comes a point in time, especially with all the change in this pandemic, where how do you function? How do you get through your day, and how do you get cooperation from your child? And I think maybe that would be a better phrasing of the question. It's how do we cooperate with one another? And it's a difficult question because I don't know the age range of where that person is asking that question, or if there's many kids or one child, or what the age range is there. But I would say reframing how we look at things can change our expectations. And that is the lens that I think we always have to ask ourselves. And recently I was in a session and somebody said something and it made a lot of sense. And the question is, you ask yourself, when you're faced with something that is anxiety provoking, or it's not the outcome that you are expecting, you ask yourself this question: is it true? But is this true? My child is not listening to me. I'm not getting what I want. But is that true? Is there strengths here? Is that child able to listen to you in some fashion? Has the child listened to 3 out of 4 tasks you've done today or asked them to do today? So sometimes we have to not use generalizations or assumptions or blow things up in order to get what we want. I think sometimes we need to reframe where we're coming from. And sometimes that emotional regulation needs to come from the parent in order for that child to also model what we're expecting from them. So how can we cooperate? How do I get that cooperation? And like I said, it's a difficult question to answer because I don't know the age range of the child or the behaviors that are being presented in the home. But I think starting with the parent, that would be a really good starting place to reflect on.
Mhm. Yeah. And I think too, like, what does cooperation mean for the adult versus the child? Because I've even talked to parents and they're like, well, they complain all the time and stop complaining and get ready. Yeah, but they're getting ready. They've actually, like, yeah, I grumble too. I don't always want to go do something. I don't always want to go to work. And does my husband get into, oh, do we need to sell the house? Like, are you going to quit your job? Like, what are you going to, no, like, but we do that with our children. You have to go to school. If you don't go to school, then you're not going to get good grades, and everybody has to go to school, and I have to go to we just talk so much. And actually the child is already like, they're just complaining, but they're getting undressed and they're getting ready. And we want to focus on when they do well. I had one parent, I remember, she told me, so I'm in the kitchen and I'm cleaning. The child's in the other room playing with cars. Well, then I notice the cars are getting thrown against the wall. So I come into the room and guess what happens? More car throwing. So I said to the parent, why do you think they're doing that? I have no idea. I don't know. They're just not listening. So in other words, what they are learning is that when you're not listening and when you are throwing cars, I will stop what I'm doing to come into the room. But when you're quiet and when you're playing nicely, I will ignore you. So in other words, the message is bad behavior gets my attention. You do as you're told, you pay attention. You should be doing that way. And you see that with sibling conflict, where you've got the one child that's having a meltdown, they get all the attention. The other child, I've gotten dressed, I get good grades, I get ignored. You know what? I'm going to start having a temper tantrum as well. And then the parents are see, they learn this. They're learning this bad behavior from the child. No, they're learning from you that doing as you're told, you get ignored. You have a temper tantrum, then you're going to get the attention that you need. So exactly going back to where, and we don't want to do this as a judgment call to parents, but it is so old school to just look at behavior, and we don't look at just behavior anymore. That behaviorism piece of like, just make the behavior stop. We're not doing that anymore. Punishment doesn't teach anything. How are we responding, and how can we step back and give the child what they need and still set limits? Because of course, like Lindsay said, we want them to listen, but if they never listen, like never one time, never, like they're always arguing. If that's the case, then we have to look at our relationship with our child, because that much friction, children want to do well, that much friction in a relationship where you feel like you're always arguing, that's a bigger problem.
Michelle, I think you hit the nail on the head with that one, because, and there's a few things that I want to talk about as you're speaking about that. And one is the relationship between the parents. Is if you can recognize that if I give my child attention when they're misbehaving or doing things that we don't want them to do, it kind of makes sense when you take a step back to realize that they're going to continue to do that behavior. Right. But now if you have one parent that feels that way, and the other parent that just says, I want them to stop screaming, here, take what you want, it becomes this push and pull within the parenting dynamic, which now creates another issue. Right. And so how do parents communicate effectively to support their children? Because I'm tired. I'm tired. I have 2 children. I'm tired. My husband's tired. And I'm like, when are we going to have time for each other? And then it's like, oh, let's not do that. And then it's like, but I just want them to stop screaming. You know what I mean? And it's so hard sometimes. But the reality is if we support our children in this young age and stage by not feeding into the negative behavior, as they grow older, our challenges become easier, because they have already learned at a young stage not to expect us to jump when they throw a tantrum on the ground, right? And I often say to my husband, he'll maybe just walk into the house and maybe our 1.5-year-old is screaming. And I'll say, just ignore her. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I go off with my other daughter, and I'll vocalize to my little one, Sienna, you can come and talk to mommy about how you're feeling. She's 1.5, okay? She doesn't talk yet, but she understands very well. So I say, you can come talk to mommy, and then we go and and you can see the cool down right away, you know. But if my husband didn't know what was going on, came home, oh baby, what's wrong, you know, and it creates that dynamic again. So I think one of the very most important things is, if you're in a partnership and you're relying on somebody else to help with that, you need to communicate with your partner about, how are we going to parent our children? What do we want to see in our children as they get older? And sometimes it's a lot easier to think to ourselves, who do we want them to be as adults, without putting too much pressure on ourselves, right? But do we want them to be kind? How do we show them kindness? Even in my relationship with my partner, I said, we need to hug. We need to show them embraces. We need to show them, you know, sometimes if we do argue and we, you know, and it's in front of them, we take a step back and we show them we made up. Because they need to then also see that, okay, it's normal, people argue sometimes, you know, but how do they make up? How do they fix what just happened? And that is all a telltale with the relationship you have with your partner. And that starts when you have, if you have a quiet moment with your partner to say, what do we want to see in our children?
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna mute and you go ahead. My dog is having a melt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see Jessica. I'm going to bring her back in because we have another question that we had previously received. And I think this is more to in her line.
Do you want us to answer that question first before we move on?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lindsay. And then we can ask Jessica the next.
So it was the question more based on how do we align ourselves in our partnership around how we parent our children?
Yes.
So I would probably, again, like what you said, modeling, I think is probably the best way to align yourself, and demonstrations. I think observation, children are sponges. Holy smokes, are they ever, they watch everything.
Even when you think you're not watching, they're watching, right, Lindsay? You think you're in another room talking on the phone with your girlfriend. Oh, my kid can't see me. They're hearing me. They're in front of the TV. They hear it all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I saw this video just recently, and it made me laugh because it's a perfect example. There was this little one, maybe 2, in a little diaper, and she's picking something up off the floor and she's grunting. And she's making these sounds because that's the sound her mommy makes when she picks things off the ground. And it's just, it's like, it's the littlest things. It's how you pick something off the ground. They're watching you. So now we're talking about big picture things. Now we're talking about our family values. Now we're talking about who we want to be. What do we feel is important? And those are the big questions that we have to do with our partners, or as a single parent, or whatever your situation is. Maybe your social network or support, it includes neighbors or your extended family or grandparents. However which way you feel is important to incorporate those role models into that discussion. But those big value questions of, you know, how do we model compassion? How do we show empathy? How do we role model those sorts of things? When we make mistakes, how do we incorporate forgiveness, or showing how we can mend things when needed, to a certain extent, right? Obviously child appropriate. But I think what I'm also hearing, and just in some sessions that I've had with some families, and especially moms through this pandemic, is the idea of, I'm exhausted. My partner is exhausted. I don't have the support networks that I used to have. It feels like the walls are caving in. And the idea of change, and there's been so much, especially in the news these days, the things that we used to be able to cope with, we were able to suppress to a certain degree. But now that there's been changes, it really is kind of like this explosive firework. Sometimes I use the example of feeling sunburnt. Right now, I'm not sunburnt. I'm in Canada. I haven't seen the sun in quite some time. If you gave me a handshake today, I would be just fine. However, if I was in Jamaica with you, and my background being Irish, I would not cope well with the sun. And if you gave me a handshake, it would be excruciating. So when we are feeling sunburnt, how do we parent and role model those values? Because our child is not listening. our partner is not on the same page as us. And that's the reality of a lot of home lives right now, because there's lots of wonderful solutions, but how do we apply those things? And I would say the biggest thing is slowing down, having reasonable expectations. I think the biggest thing we're doing right now is this idea of perfection. We have to be perfect. We always have to be on the ball. If we make a mistake, what does that mean for our child? I think sometimes we just need to say, this is the best we can do today. You need to check in with yourself. How much can you give into role modeling these things today? And there's always tomorrow. So I would probably say having those discussions is important, role modeling it as much as you can, but also giving yourself some grace and taking some time for yourself and reflecting on how you're feeling. Because as much as you want to role model in front of your children, if you're not genuinely feeling it, your child's also going to pick up on that as well. So take that time for yourself and pull in people, pull in your supports when you can. So maybe it's not your partner today because you both are exhausted. What can we do tomorrow? And I think going back to the drawing board and always having those open dialogues and discussions presents new opportunities for solutions and ways of feeling like there's another way other than what we face today. And so if there's a parent out there listening to this, there's always tomorrow. Mm-hmm. You did your best today and you can try again tomorrow.
Exactly. And I like the idea around solutions. Are we thriving or are we surviving? Mm-hmm. And that communication is really important. What are your negotiables versus your non-negotiables? And when you see something going on a regular basis where you feel like children will split. I know what I can get away with one parent and what I can get away with another one. Grandma's coming over. Game time. Now I get what I want. They will push limits, right? So if we constantly have this disarray in our home, then the parents can be split, and then that can be really, really frustrating. So not communicating is a struggle. And then some parents, I coach a lot of parents together because they are not on the same page, and they play this good cop, bad cop, where one parent jumps into rescue and the other parent has to be the disciplinarian. It's a very kind of old school, like wait until your father comes home, like that kind of thing, where it's like, are we running our homes like this? Like, what is that middle ground? And kind of figuring out how we can be a little more flexible, and be not necessarily on the same page, but in the same book. And sometimes you do need to get some support around that if the communication is not good between parents.
Thank you, guys. We really appreciate that advice. Jessica, I know you're back on. If you want to jump back in and share your insight.
I missed the question. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Well, you know what? We can go to the next question because it has more to do with teenagers, more up in your alley. So the question we received is, I'm worried about the mental health of my teenager. How can I encourage my teenager who is struggling within this pandemic? So it's from the lens of the parent saying, I'm seeing these things. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, and I was making a point earlier when I lost my internet briefly about keeping dialogue open and helping create a space that is safe for your teenager. They go to school, they've got pressure. They have pressure from social media, friends, teachers. Let's decide on a career. Let's decide what college, or am I going to go to college? What am I going to do for the rest of my life? There's just a lot of pressure coming from so many different angles. And the last thing, honestly, that our teenagers need is to then come home and have the parents jumping down their throat because they're not performing, or being all over them, asking lots of questions, prying, making it feel as if there are these enormous expectations at home for performance, or to engage, when they really are just having a day where they want to go in their room and close the door because they want to shut it all out, right? And creating a space with teenagers that allows them to be seen and heard as young adults and not as children. And that's very difficult because it starts in middle school now, where our tweens and our young adolescents are going through these hormonal changes. They're tall, they're big, they look like adults in some respect, and they're doing things that adults wouldn't do, and it becomes like it becomes kind of confusing for a parent, because you see an adult, but they're acting like a child. And the expectation that you're putting on them because of that difference can be quite enormous. Like, why aren't you remembering your homework? 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th graders. Why aren't you remembering your homework, even into high school? Why aren't you remembering these things that you're supposed to be doing? Why aren't you focusing? Why aren't you doing this, that, or the other? And that can create quite a rift between the teenager, young adult, and their parent. And now they feel like, I can't go home and I can't talk to my parents about this. They're going to jump down my throat, or they're going to demand answers that I don't have. And then they get into a place where they're kind of stuck. Like, my friends don't have the answers. I'm turning to Google and social media for answers. And then maybe sometimes their mental health starts to deteriorate, and the parent might feel as if they can't reach their child. And I really feel like it's so important to start that transition, that communication, that open dialogue and safe space when your kid is in 6th and 7th grade, so that they will come to you with those struggles as they age and get into high school and college and later, because you're seeing them for who they are, you're acknowledging them for their feelings and their thoughts, and you're supporting them. And another really big thing about the mental health side is, because there is so much pressure, we're telling our kids, do more, perform more, sign up for the AP class, sign up for all the honors classes because you're eligible and you've done so great through elementary and middle school, but they just are at their capacity. They really sometimes don't want to do those things anymore. So encouraging them to take a step back. You know, we do this as adults in our own lives. We encourage ourselves to take a step back, to take a respite, to maybe shift gears, shift careers, but maybe we forget to encourage our teenagers to do the same thing. So some parents will give their teenagers a mental health day, right? They're really struggling. You know, my daughter's got her time of the month, or whatever it might be. Stay home, rest. But how about this year we just don't push as hard? How about this year, instead of AP or honors, English, math, whatever, science, why don't we just dial it back a little bit and take a break? Pick the thing you love the most, maybe go hard at that one, and take a break in the other ones. Maybe we don't have to do violin and piano and track every week. Maybe we should unschedule ourselves a little bit. So if we go back, we reach back to our teenage years, maybe we lived those lives, but those lives are so different for us. Maybe we were super active in high school, but the times were different like that for us, right? We didn't have the pressures that we have now. So yeah, just really encouraging them to focus on taking care of themselves in these younger ages and stages, and not wait until there's a mental health issue. And if you're facing one, get together with a therapist, partner possibly with a coach. The two together can be really, really impactful. Giving them that space to just talk through it and figure it out on their own, empowering them to take control of their lives.
I think another thing too is this definition of mental health or mental illness. What does that mean? Because there's a lot of parents that are diagnosing their children. You can Google everything. I've done this checklist. My child definitely has OCD, and they definitely have this, and they definitely have that. And then they need to see a psychiatrist, and then they need to see it's very important that you do get that information and that you do seek things out. However, we are talking, like you were saying, Jessica, they're getting older. And I think that transition, especially when you have a teenager, from that 9-year-old, that 8-year-old, again, transitions, Lindsay, I think this is our theme. Transitions are hard. That transition to, we're not just telling them what to do and getting them to listen. They have their autonomy, they have their moods. And, you think about a 5-year-old and what they know about the world. or a 2-year-old. Everything's wonderful as long as I have my Pippa the Pig or whatever the heck the kids are watching now, or whatever those dogs are, the Paw Patrol. I don't know. Mine are 17 and 14. I have no idea. They like Elmo and pirates and Jake and the Neverland Pirates and things like that. So I'm aging myself, but they have that. Everything's good. And as they start getting older, depending on their personality, they realize things. They're aware of how they fit into the world, how people respond to them, and what they are giving back into the world. If they go to school and no one cares whether they're there or not, that affects them. If they go home and all their parents are doing is worry about your grades, don't worry about that, come and sit with us. Oh, you have an issue? Oh my gosh, what's going on? They're pregnant. This is happening. They're definitely doing drugs. And it's just like, you know what? I'm not going to say anything then. It's that overreaction. And is it a mental illness? Then we need to figure that out. And there's a spectrum, the mental health spectrum. Are you in the red zone? When you're in the red zone, that means you're not getting to school, you're having a hard time socially, your grades are slipping, your mood is off. Or are you kind of in the yellow or the mango, but you ebb and flow, things ebb and flow. But parents are expecting that their children are always going to want to be around them, that they have to be skipping around and loving life all the time. And then I hear from teenagers where they're like, my mom is moody, yet she expects me to be happy all the time. And it's not realistic. And then our brains, because there's so much information out there, this is what's going on. I was a kid. I was a teenager. I went to Mac. I'm from Hamilton. So I went to McMaster University. I had 3 jobs. I taught dancing to little children. I had 2 of those jobs. Plus I had another job working for the rec center. I was stressed, but I did it. My daughter is the same way. She's in sports. She's a rep player. She's an academic. She has friends. She is constantly going. And everybody around her is like, are you okay? Are you okay? And yeah, I'm okay. I'm helping out at a tournament and I get to read my book and I'm going to get paid. So relax, but everybody is kind of, you need to take a break. You need to take a break. But yes, you do need to take a break. But does she need to take a break? And is she in the red zone? Or am I in the red zone and I'm stressing out? So again, knowing where your supports are, understanding what supports are, because people don't understand what a psychiatrist is, what a psychologist is, what a social worker is, a life coach. Because if there's a mental illness, going to a life coach is not going to help you. Right? So it's very serious that you are taking care of it. Just like if it was colitis or if it was diabetes, it's just as important, and it should be just as important that we're going to the doctor, we're going to follow through on that, and then you do take it seriously, but also how are we responding and reacting, like Jessica said, or is it just like we're jumping on the kids constantly? Right.
Thank you so much for both of you, Michelle and Jessica, for kind of talking through some of those different things. I think for different people involved that are watching this, we don't always realize that there could be a team of support that have different strengths that your child may benefit from engaging with. Mm-hmm. So, knowing that the different arms of how to help have kind of a nuance of difference, and that it's okay to have more than one person in the team backing that young person to help them do their best. And I also, Jessica, loved what you said about, maybe they need to scale it back this year. And when I think about my current year, I'm scaling it back. So sometimes I think we need to, put ourselves in the shoes of these young people and say, okay, if they don't do all of these things this year, they'll still do well. They'll still be prepared for the next phase, even if they achieve less than what they would have done in another year. But this is not a normal year. We're still in the bubble. We're still in the funk. And it's okay to acknowledge that and acknowledge the impact that it has on us, and our expectations of what we're going to achieve or when we need a break. and those same expectations maybe on our younger kids, in terms of do they need us to be a little bit more relaxed with them and acknowledge all of these stressors that are around them and how that is impacting them as well.
Yeah, somebody once said to me, and I've always remembered this, at a certain age, when they're growing up, you're their manager. You dictate what they drink, what they eat, what they wear, where they go, who they see. You're their manager. But then there comes a time where they want their independence and they're going to grow older. And then all of a sudden you become a consultant. And that, again, is a huge transition for our parents. So it's a little phrase to remember if you're going through this and you're starting to see those changes. And again, Michelle, what you're talking about too is how your child perceives themselves as a fit in the world around them. When they're younger, we know socially it's very important for us. We're very social beings. Children are told, you're a great painter. So I'm a great painter. And then they get into elementary and their teacher says, you're great at soccer. I'm great at soccer. And then they get into high school and then whatever's happening in the high school situation. And then they get on to university. And so the point being is that as their social world develops and it gets broader, the messages that they're receiving is going to help shape their identity. And if their social world in this point in time, this pandemic has been skewed or limited, that in of itself will shape their identity and their idea of fit in the world. So remembering where they are you still their manager or are you more of a consultant right now? And what messages are they receiving in their environment? And how is that impacting their image of themselves? So again, that could be also a really good starting point and discussion if you are facing those things, because as a parent, you want your home to function. You want to see the best things, right? You want to see your child smiling. You want to see them excelling in everything. It's natural. There's nothing wrong with that. But maybe that's a good place for you and your partner or yourself or whoever's in your social circle to have a discussion. What is happening in their world and where are we in terms of what information we give them? Because you could think that they're the best and you want the best, but that might not be where they are right now.
Yeah. I love that. I'm going to write that down somewhere. And I don't know if you know, but my handle is Mom the Manager.
Oh.
That's my business name is Mom the Manager. So that was very fitting. But yes, I do feel like we need to move into consultant mode for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Great. I'm very appreciative for everybody's input on this. And I think I'm going to spin it back around to everything I've been saying again, is we need to give each other and ourselves some grace, and I think, Jessica, you started that conversation about taking a step back and letting them be them for a moment, with all of this dictation flying around on who they need to be and what they need to do. Because let's be honest, if we can remember that time in our lives where we're going through that physical change of womanness or manness, puberty, it's a lot. When I'm working with parents, the first thing I do is remind them, your child is going through such a change, just physiologically. So I need my doctor beside me, because you're going through so much changes alone, not even taking into consideration everything else that's being thrown at you. So it's really important that we give our young people some grace, because the reality is they're going to be taking care of us one day. So let's be kind. Let's, keep with the values that we think are important, and really show them that we do care and we hear them. A lot of times, even my daughter, she's 4 years old, and she said to me once, it was only once she said this to me, and she says, "Mommy, did you hear me?" I said, "Yes, darling, I heard." "No, did you hear what I was saying? Like, listen to me." And, even then, to bring it back to young kids, when you're communicating with your kids, because we're going to touch on it just briefly if we have the time, is how do we communicate? And if you're talking to your child and you're hovering we're tall and they're down here, what's the power dynamic you're giving, right? What kind of message are you saying to your child without even your words, if you can't get on their level and communicate with them? And so we need to understand that our level of communication at each stage is going to be very different. And we need to roll with that level of communication. And I think everybody here has touched on the fact that you need to ask them, how do you want to be communicated with? You know, I heard this concept a little while ago about love languages when you're talking about dealing with a parent. But do you consider how you want to be heard and how you need to be received in that response? You know, so I would love to hear from you guys on that concept of how do we communicate effectively so we're not demeaning or we're not bashing or demeaning. Yeah. How do we do that? So we're raising little kind, happy kids that turn into kind, happy adults that will take care of us.
I wrote it down again, and that listen to respond, listen to understand, not to respond. And yeah, like just allowing them space for their emotion without jumping in to fix. We are chronic fixers, and we're chronically trying to protect. And are you preparing your children or are you protecting them? And I still, you know, not that I watch reality TV, maybe I do. You watch, oh, we're trying to protect them. She's 25 years old. She's 30 years old. Like I'm a sociology major. I think it's kind of fun to watch the group dynamics, but you think at this age, are you still protecting? Of course you want them to feel safe and things like that. But allowing space for their emotion and their autonomy, for them to have their opinion and to say things without us jumping in and saying, we don't use words like hate or no, you don't, you're fine, you're okay. Okay, you know what then? I'm going to either have a meltdown because you're not listening, or I'm not going to talk to you and I'll keep it to myself, or I'll go to my friends. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
There is a book on teenage love languages. Yeah, just like there is for the adults, they've got a couple different versions, and there's one for teenagers, and I do believe for children. But one check-in that I do, and I encourage parents do with their children, I have a 14, 11, and 4-year-old, all girls. And just a few times a year, I don't do it all the time, but a few times a year, I do check in with them like, am I being the best parent that I can be for you? And if there's one thing that you could change about the way that I parent, and you can't say more screen time or go to bed later, but if there's one thing that you could change about our relationship or the way that I parent, what would it be? So giving them that space to give that feedback, like, I wish you would listen to me more, or I wish that we could get more one-on-one time together. Or some of the feedback that I have gotten in different phases of my own life and career development. But I think that allowing them to have a voice in the way that the relationship dynamic is evolving is really, really great.
Yeah, I think that's quite valuable. And I think Michelle just put on the chat, the love languages. For those, Michelle, can you share that verbally for those that are streaming?
Yeah, so it's
live
Dr.
and can't
Gary
see the chat?
Chapman. I just wrote it down. That way you can download the chat later, so you can have it and maybe share it with the email list. But Dr. Gary Chapman wrote all the love language for the dog, the cat, the husband, the couples, the men, the boys, everybody. But essentially what it is understanding what everybody's love language is. So there's words of affirmation, there's acts of service, there's quality of time, there's gifts. What's the last one? Intimacy, like, so cuddles, like spending time, that kind of thing. And what we tend to do though, is we tend to give the love language that we want. So there's a cute little story in one of the books about the husband making toast and tea for his wife, and he always gives her the bum of the bread. And one day she finally has enough, and she's like, this sucks. You give me the worst part of the bread every time. And he's like, but that's my favorite part, and I was giving it to you. Right? So knowing your children's love language, because if they love words of affirmation, but you're more about quality time, it's like, okay, I'll go with you for a car ride. Sure. Yeah, I'll go to Timmy's with you, or wherever you're going, to the coffee shop or whatever. But actually, rather you just notice that I did a good job, or tell me you love me. Like that actually fills my cup, right? So it's building that connection with their love language. So you can do tests and things like that. They're all online. You can look that up. Yeah.
So thank you for sharing that. We only have a few minutes, and I have to just share something really important that is true to me. And I think it's important that I do share this, that since we're talking about children, child safety, and just because we only have a few moments, I just want to put it out there that, you know, our children are looking towards us, even when they're teenagers and they say they're not, they are. And I think that from the time that they come out, wherever they come out, you know, you want to be teaching them about safety. That's communicating about safety. That's about having open conversations about safety. Every once in a while, every few months, actually probably more often than that because my kids are younger, I'll say, okay, it's a safety day, and I make it fun. And we talk about, hey, what would you do if a stranger came up and whatever? And I give case scenarios because of their age. It's a lot easier for them to understand. If they were put in this situation, how should they react? And I think in my experience working with children, unfortunately, and I do have to say this, most children who are sexually abused do not realize that it was abuse. They did not realize it should not happen to them. And it's really important that parents have that safety talk with them. I know in Ontario, there's this whole, you know, sex talk that's happening in education. It needs to come from you. It needs to come from the parent. It needs to come from the language you use when you're describing your parts. It needs to come from, you know, you, because they're going to come to you if something, you know, if a strange man did come approach them in the playground, you know, you want to be aware of those things.
It's not always a strange man. It's usually family members, unfortunately.
Well, and this is the thing, right? And so then it's, especially if you're talking about the sexual piece, it's very easy for a child to stay in that situation longer than they need to because they don't understand that it's not right. And
well,
so,
and it's a little bit confusing because depending on what's happening, sometimes it does give them pleasure. So it's then a lot of shame. I mean, this is a much bigger conversation, but I think what you're saying is those difficult conversations are important instead of just saying, just don't have sex, just don't do drugs, just don't date anybody. Bad boys are bad, girls are bad. To actually have those conversations. And I think this is the theme with all of us. Those transitions are hard and conversations are uncomfortable, but there's different ways to do it. And usually it's like when they're sitting in the car next to you is an easier time not to sit down and say, okay, so this is what sex is, and this is what drugs is, and this is what, you know, but I think having those conversations, and there's a lot of good information out there, a lot of decent books that can help open up the conversation. And, you know, you might have to reach out for more support, but the message is we can have these conversations and it's going to be okay. Like I want to make sure that you're safe. You're not going to get in trouble. Thank you for telling me. I didn't realize that was happening. You know, those check-ins are really important. You know, I like Jessica's idea of just kind of doing that just for ourselves. What do you think would be a little bit easier around here? Do you feel our rules are fair? This is your curfew. Do you feel like it should change? And to have that autonomy and to talk about the difficult stuff is not a lot of times the way we were brought up.
No.
Right.
The biggest thing too, in my background, I did joint investigations when it came to child trauma and child abuse. The biggest thing that I would say, if we're talking about safety, is the idea that if something's happening, it doesn't matter what. It could be being bullied at school, harassed, feeling like your teacher's picking on you, or maybe there's somebody close in your social circle that maybe is crossing some boundaries or is making you feel uncomfortable. Oftentimes there's threats or, you know, this is our little secret or whatever may deter a child or a teenager from coming forward and communicating. The biggest thing that I would say when it comes to safety in general, and safety in the idea of problem solving around unsafe situations, is ensuring that your child knows that you are that safe person. And we hold a lot of expectations on ourselves to be this perfect parent that's not going to show biases or opinions when they say, yeah, I've tried this, or I am drinking, or I am doing drugs, or I am sexually active. Okay. That's hard. And we have to be reflective of that piece as parents. But what other information can you give to your child? You don't always have to be the person that they go to. Do they know that there's other safe people in the community that they can talk to?
Yeah.
If they are worried about that initial reaction, if that's not something that they know, that that's just that one topic that I can't go to my mom with, or I can't go to my dad with, or I can't go to my caregiver with, who can they go to?
Yeah.
Is that there's a school counselor? Is it that they're connected to a therapist? Are there crisis lines? Those sorts of things where there's this protection of not feeling judged. And I think that's the biggest thing. But if you can establish that relationship with your child or your teenager, that they know that if they were to call you at 2 a.m. and they're at a party and they're feeling unsafe, and they know that their friend is supposed to drive them home, but they were doing things that they weren't supposed to, can they call you? And if they can't call you, who can they call? And I think that's the idea of problem solving and giving that empowerment to your child to know, what can I do to ensure my safety? And if it's not mom and dad, who is it? And I think we have to open ourselves up to those discussions too, and not always hold those expectations, but having those, I would say, try your hardest to not try to fix that situation, but just be there, listen, say, no problem, I'm on my way, I'll see you soon, stay put. And I think that's where children really need, as they transition into their independence and their identities, is that they're not going to feel judged. There will be repercussions in the morning. If you have been drinking, I may just turn on that vacuum. I just may. And that's just the way that's going. There will be things that we do as parents, but what can we do to balance that? You always want your child to know that they can come to you. So even as little kids, or as they're navigating bigger issues as they get older. And if you know that that's just not the way I was raised, I don't feel comfortable talking about this, I struggle with this, I don't want to know that you're doing this, who can they talk to? Give them that information and make sure that it's like a credible source that they can go to. So maybe there's an uncle, maybe there's a crisis line, maybe there's these things. Make sure that they have the resources to problem solve.
Great point. I say that all the time too. You want them to call you. And when they're 9, it might be a bad grade or that they hit their friend or whatever. And yeah, I said I was going to the library or a sleepover. I'm now 3 cities away and I don't know where I am. Please come and get me. You want them to call you, or if not, who's that aunt or the neighbor or somebody that they can call. Yeah.
Thank you all for the wisdom that you have shared, helping us as parents and caregivers to be gracious to our children, to be empathetic to their experiences, and that they're in transition and we're in transition, and helping us just go through some concepts that may be quite new to us about how to really parent them through these changes and through this experience that we're all in together. We thank you so much for your wisdom, your expertise, for joining us on this panel, and taking time during this day of wellness. I think this is a great wrap up of some of the discussions of how we can listen to hear, how we can be gracious, give space to different people to go through different things, create openness for community and for communication. So thank you. It's been very informative, and we've had comments from different participants about how informative it has been.
Yeah, thank you guys. And I want everybody to know that Michelle, Jessica, and Lindsay are also members of Accessible Professionals from a professional standpoint, and they're here for you. So as I mentioned before, if you kind of missed that, join. It's a free community for you to join. And we have lots of exciting things coming up in the future. So you want to stay tuned for that. But without further ado, we have our last segment to give a little relaxation. It's our last movement class, just to kind of shake everything off. We both identify that a lot of parents carry stress here. And so Heidi has graciously allowed for a movement class to address some of those areas. And that's how we're going to close up today's session. So I hope everybody enjoys it. So just give us a few minutes to create that transition. And thank you again to our panelists.
Thank you.
Hi, Hedy Shah here. I am a movement specialist and a personal trainer and a heart resonance therapist. And today I'm taking you through a quick session that allows your body to relax a little bit better, breathe a little bit better, and hopefully open up space in your upper back and in your shoulders. If you want to work with me one-on-one, make sure that you check my profile on the Accessible Professional website, and I will love to see you around. So without further ado, let's get started. What you will need, a comfortable place that you can lie down, whether it be a yoga mat or a carpeted area, that's completely okay. And the other thing that you need is a blanket and a cushion. So if you don't have a blanket around, a towel could work as well. So let's all get started. Lie down on your back.
Yeah, like
and
yeah, I picked her up.
Get yourself really, really comfortable. Make sure your head is fully grounded on your yoga mat or the surface beneath you. Feel your feet on the ground. And begin slowly letting yourself to soft inhale. I encourage you to have your chin just a little bit further up towards the ceiling, as if there's a string attached to your chin pulling you up towards the ceiling. And allow yourself to inhale so softly that there is no motion in your shoulders or in your neck or in your face. Let the inhale be really, really soft. In other words, thinking as if you're letting the breath breathe through you. And on the exhale, you can either sigh it out, open your mouth and exhale through the back of your throat, or you can think that you have a straw attached to your lips and you're blowing into that straw towards the ceiling. Both are good. Choose whatever works for you best. So soft inhale, full exhale out. Make sure on the inhale your lips are sealed. And on the exhale, you're letting the exhale getting longer so you feel your ribs are coming down and in. Our goal is to get into 8 seconds long exhale if it's possible. If not, try to let yourself explore a deeper level of exhale for yourself. I want you to make sure that you're not pressing your lower back down to the ground. Your lower back is pretty relaxed. Make sure you're feeling your bum and your feet on the ground here. So we're here for one more soft inhale and full exhale out. So many people tend to have their chin tucked in too far in. That doesn't allow them to softly inhale. So I really encourage you to allow the back of your head to get heavy, as if your ears are pulling up away from your body and your inhales are really soft. Now on the next variation of breath, I want you to have your right arm on the side in this L shape, and the left is reaching all the way up towards the ceiling. So if you don't have the shoulder mobility to be in this state, you can definitely go straight arms. That is completely acceptable. Otherwise, let's get into this position. Now I want you to allow the soft inhale to continue. Inhale. Probably now your breath is taking different path. We want to be able to breathe behind our heart space as much as possible, and exhale. Now I want you to put extra effort into lengthening your exhale. Keep going. And when your exhale is done, seal your lips immediately and soft inhale. Keep going for another 2 breaths, 3 to 4 seconds inhale, 8 seconds exhale. One more. Beautiful. Slowly drop your arms. If you need to shake them, shake them. I will encourage you not to move too far side to side. Stay in that position. And now put your hands in your low belly. And now I want you to allow the breath go straight into the deepest part of your pelvis, into your pelvic floor. Breathe once again, soft inhale. And this time I want you to hold the inhale in that area and allow all your pelvic floor, your butt area, fully expand and soften at the same time. And when you reach that sense of softness, then give yourself a full exhale out. Another deep inhale. And as you're giving your inhale into the lowest part of your body, watch how, whether or not you can allow your feet to get a little bit lighter and your inhale hold you in that area. And then give yourself a full exhale out. For those of you who want to build stronger core, this can be your number one step to get there. So many of us feel so jammed up in our pelvis. Being able to breathe into it and give yourself a full exhale out, feeling those ribs coming down and in, allows you to reconnect to the deeper core muscles here. Keep going. Now, if you feel comfortable, continue with the same inhale and exhale. I'm going to push this just a little bit further. If you feel comfortable, only follow along. Otherwise, continue with the inhale into the deepest part of your core and full exhale, integrating everything. So on the next inhale, lift your feet. Hold, let it hover. See, I'm not here. The knee doesn't move. I'm just gently lifting my feet off the ground and I go straight into my exhale. At the end of your exhale, drop your feet down. Inhale again. Lift, full exhale out. One more. Full exhale out. And gently drop your feet down to the ground. Beautiful work, everybody. Nicely done. Awesome. So now that's when we're going to pick up our cushion and we're going into a belly position. So I want you to make sure that you're putting your cushion right where, if you find your hip bone, so I want the edge of your cushion meet your hip bone here, okay? So lie down and make sure the hip bone and the edge of the cushion are touching one another. Arms fully expanded. arms fully expanded to both sides of you. So I encourage you to have your forehead down this way, but obviously I'm going to lift my head up because I want you to hear me clearly. So make sure you have your forehead resting on the ground and then arms expanding as much as possible on both sides of you. Feeling that your fingertips are really, really active, being pulled on either side of you. And as you're maintaining that activation, feel the front of your shoulders melting to the ground beneath you. And then feeling that expansion in your upper back by your breath. So once again, reaching all the way out and allowing the front of your shoulders soften as you're maintaining that reach on your arms, and then soft inhale into your upper back. Naturally, the breath goes straight into your upper back because your breath is taking the path of least resistance. And because of this position, you can easily direct the breath into your back body. So inhale. And now the same exhale. On your exhale, I want you to feel like your core is getting so engaged that your core or your belly begins to move away from the cushion. Not that you're mechanically doing it, you're allowing your exhale to do it for you because your core becomes engaged. So keep going for a few more breaths on this. So I really want you to work really hard on your exhale so you can reach as much activation as you can on your core. So let's go. Soft inhale. Full exhale out. Make sure you're maintaining that pull on your fingertips, allowing the front of your shoulders softening to the ground. We're here for 2 more. Full exhale out. And now begin seeing if you can hold on to that engagement you created in your core and let your breath only going into your upper back. No release of that core engagement you created here. Let's go for 1 more for maximum effort here. Full exhale out. Now we're going to bend the leg. So think about the ball of your feet are touching the ground. Touching one another. So thinking that you're pressing the ball of your feet into one another. Okay? So now back to the same position. Soft inhale. And as you're going to the exhale, think about it as if I'm pulling your both big toes towards the ground. As you're presenting your pelvis forward, think about those bony areas that I told you. Make sure that you're presenting them into the ground. You're pressing, you're screwing them into the ground, and you're letting your big toe on the exhale drop down to the ground. And make sure that your forehead is also resting. When your exhale is done, gently bring your feet back. So another breath in. Full exhale out. Keep presenting that hip forward. That's a really important piece. So if you feel like you cannot go further than this, that's okay. As long as you learn to present your hip forward. We're working hardcore on your spine length that eventually impacts the way you move and impacts the release on the back of your neck. So keep going. So we're bringing back in. Soft inhale. Full exhale out and slowly go towards the ground. Keep presenting that hip forward. It's really important. So slowly come back. Full exhale out and go towards the ground. The presentation of hip forward is really, really important. I cannot emphasize that enough. So one last time. Soft inhale. Full exhale out. See if you can reach a little bit more length while you're presenting that hip forward, and your head is also beginning to go a little bit further up and finding that length in your whole body, and relax. Great work, everybody. Nice job. Well done. Awesome. So for the last part of this exercise, now we worked on lengthening our whole spine, which is going to feel so good. Some of you may even feel like your inner part of your legs worked tremendously and you felt the length in your neck. All of them are amazing. So now we're going to do some softening on the neck that eventually impacts your shoulders and everything as well. So grab your towel or your blanket and begin rolling it. I want you to really create a nice cushiony support for your neck here, so that you can literally feel the arch of your neck and allowing the back of your head to also be soft on the ground. Okay? So arms on both sides of you. Now we're going to fully relax. Fully relax. Feel your feet on the ground. Allow the back of your head sink into the ground. Continue staying in that position. If you need to move around to find the most comfortable position, do that now before we get into the breathing. Good. So now we're going to focus on inhale and exhale only through the nose, with the intention of our inhale doesn't activate anything in the neck and in our shoulders. And on the exhale, we're focusing on allowing our head to sink down to the ground even more and allowing our jaw fully soften. So let's go. Soft inhale through the nose. Remember, as if you let the breath breathe through you. And full exhale out. Another soft inhale. Exhale through the nose. And on the exhale through the nose, jaws to fully soften, fully soft. The nose, breath go maybe into your upper body, down on our belly down. Give a full exhale out. Through the nose. And your jaw relax. A little bit. A little bit heavier. Your jaw soften a little bit more.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you all so much for joining in with us in this day of wellness. And we have just had a great time. We hope that you have been refreshed by it, that you've taken some time for yourself to unwind, to be honest about how you're feeling, and get some information on how you can help those you love and that you care for, especially the young children in our lives. And so we are just so thankful that you've stayed with us through this time. And we also want to thank different people that have been a part of this day of wellness. So we have industry sponsors that have partnered with us. They recognized that wellness was important. And we just want to take some time to thank those of them that have partnered with us. We have Supergoop, who sent us some great things that we've been using here in Jamaica for ourselves and for our kids. Really safe sunscreen products for both glow as well as sun protection and lip protection.
Not to mention my lips were, because of it's just so much heat and so much sweat coming off of me, my lips were so chapped, and they're chapstick. Thank you, served such wonders. You guys need it or you have that problem, make sure you get some Supergoop because it was amazing.
We also have,
where did I put?
We have Commune that partnered with us that has a discount code. You can still get the coupon codes by registering for the event. Go to www.apcares.ca /wellness-event. And we have all of our information of the different goodies. All of the contest drawings are still open until tomorrow, so do enter those. We're so excited. Basil sauce was one of our sponsors.
Delicious. We put it on our chicken almost every night.
On everything.
So good.
It's been great. And remember, Emma was talking about a little bit of spice helping with your digestion and helping you process your food. Perfect amount of spice in all of the basil sauce recipes. You can, again, go to our website to find out information on the coupon code that's going to still be available for up and through April 15th. And then the Heather Rose has a drawing for lip gloss. This is one of the Luscious lip gloss. I love this one. It's like the perfect kind of peachy, complements all skin colors. So we're so thankful for that sponsor as well. Commune is another one where they have 10 shades of nudes, and they're essentially changing the concept that nude does not equal beige when it comes to shoes in kind of natural hues. They have a coupon code that's still available up through April 10th. And then we also have Meliora cleaning products.
They are amazing. I have to give them a big shout out because if it weren't for their cleaning products, I'd still be itching in hives, including my daughter. And I've gone through numerous products to try and get something that worked for us. And so I actually go to Chicago. I live in Toronto just to get their product. It's that amazing. And my best friend lives in Chicago. And if she comes to visit me, I'm like, girl, I'm sending product to your house. You got to put it in your car and come ship it to me because they are amazing. So check them out, Meliora Cleaning Products. I just want to say a big shout out and thank you to all the sponsors who have helped us with this event. And if you are watching live and you have not registered, you can just go to our website, register, for the event, and we'll make sure to send you that email where you can get those coupon codes.
We also really want to acknowledge our family that have been quite helpful with this event that we've been hosting. I want to say a huge thanks to Tiffany's family. We're here on the grounds of her parents' home. Our mom and dad have been tremendously supportive, opened their home to us for us to stream this from Negril, Jamaica, with a beautiful home. And her parents and her grandparents have been watching her kids and our kids throughout the day.
Actually, we're moved position just so you can see our cute little kitties. We're going to show you because thankfully to Kia's partner, look at this. Look how cute they are. I hope you guys can see this. There's a little wagon and they're just being entertained by Daddy over there. Now, how sweet is that? There's 3 of them shoved into that little thing and they're hi. We really need to express gratitude to our partners because we wouldn't be here without them also. They put up with us. They support us. They love us. They take care of our children so well. And we are so grateful.
They take care of us.
Yes. And so we just want to say thank you to our sweet and loving partners. Look how cute that is. Stop it right now. And I want to shout out my dad, Michael Beckett, my mom, Judy, my grandmother, Yvonne Clooney's. You know, they have gone above and beyond. I mean, I've spoke about that a few times today. In many ways in my life, they've done that. And again, through this event, and as we build our business, we're always turning to them for support, and they're always there. So I want to say just thank you. And not to leave out my little sister, Yvonne, who put together that cooking session with Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Yvonne. You guys are amazing.
It was so well narrated. It's full of energy and spice.
Yeah. So are we leaving anybody out? Thank you. I love this.
Thank you, partner.
We just met and I love her. It's so funny because my husband said, oh, you know, what do you think about your cousin? We just met a few like last week for the first time in person. And I said, it's just like, it's like I knew her from forever. It's like, we just knew each other, and it's been amazing. So keep in touch with us. And if you're not already, join our community. It's free. And that way you don't miss out on all the great panelists that you got to see today. Everybody is amazing. Everybody's willing and to share their insight, and they just want to help. So reach out to us and stay connected.
And we're here to grow. We're trying to figure out how we can support you with the needs that you have. And so professionals like we've had today, we're going to keep bringing on people that are safe, that are knowledgeable and approachable, that are going to be a resource and a community for you.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your day. And I hope this is what you needed. And let us know if it wasn't, and we'll do our best to make it better next time. Bye.
Bye from Big Girl Jamaica.
I guess we don't want to go.
Well-grown tomatoes, nice. One few in control. So you would again. What about screening for colon cancer? When caught in early stages, it's more treatable. I'm Cologuard. I'm non-invasive, and I detect altered DNA in your stool to find 92% of colon cancers, even in early stages. Early stages? Yeah. It's for people 45 plus and average risk for colon cancer, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider if Cologuard is right for you. Consider it done. It's part of the playthrough classic. Both cheese, or cheese, caramelized onions, and toasted buns. It's a bubble worthy. You decide. You want to know classic spicy bacon. Now on the lane. But it's last second bake sale.
I'm gonna be ready to leave. I see you guys still on, so I thought I'd give you a little bit more excitement with these beautiful children. They bring us so much joy. Thank you again to everybody. Thank you for participating. Thank you for being a part of it. And stay connected with us. Wish I could zoom in so you can see their sweet little faces. But if you catch us on Instagram or Facebook, we normally post them because they bring us joy, and we think they're going to bring you joy. Have a great day, and thank you, everybody.
So I gave you Tanya and Sabrina's number.
R-E-S-P-C-T. I know what it means. No, I think, oh, you dig it, you dig it. Oh. Yeah, it's a real